Yes, 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 yes. Welcome one and welcome all. Listen to the music and get comfortable as we vibe in to the springtime vibration. Give us just a few minutes as we get everything started. We're going through a few technical tune-ups right now. Welcome one and welcome all. If you can hear the music, say yes, I can hear the music. Beautiful, beautiful. You can hear the music. Can you hear your breath? Take a few deep breaths and listen to your breath as we prepare to dive in. It'll be about 2 minutes before we actually start the presentation, so you have a few minutes to get some water, get something to write with, breathe, and be ready to spring into spring. It's an amazing time. We're going to have an amazing time tonight. If you're new, welcome. If you're a VIP, welcome. Just give us a few minutes and we'll dive all the way in. Yes. Glad to see you all. Welcome to the Elevation Station. Yes. There you are. The music that you have been listening to is from my hair looks a little wild. I guess it should be wild, huh? Yeah. It's from a project that we're in the studio mixing now. That track is on the Doctah Sirius. What's the name of the album now? Project Allow. Beautiful tracks with lush changes and medicine. Music can be medicine or it can be poison. That particular track, AEIOU, is an exercise that can be used to help tune up the chakras. Just saying A, E, A-E-I-O-U. Just saying that begins to tune up and align the chakras, at least temporarily. It's not a tune up that's going to stay all day, but whenever you get out of balance, you can quickly just say A-E-I-O-U. Let's try it together. A-E-I-O-U. A-E-I-O-U. Some of you who have been studying and doing lots of research have found this and used this. Many disciplines around the world realize that sound, voice, breathing, and movement is what creates a new environment or a new paradigm. Just that simple thing. If you only take that away tonight, repeating A-E-I-O-U, and you can even do it slowly so you can get more resonance out of it. A-E-I-O-U. You can feel it. A is up in the head. E is right in the center near the voice, near the fifth chakra. I is near the heart. O is between the heart and the third chakra. U is down at the bottom chakras. If we can remember these things and do these things when we get in places of stress or we start going through something, it tunes us up quickly so that we can seal up our auric field. What is the auric field, they ask? That is like a bubble of energy around our bodies. Our energy actually extends out further than our physical body. In fact, there's many types of energies. There's subtle energies. There's the mental body. There's the cosmic bodies, the magnetosphere bodies. There's many of them. It depends on which discipline you listen to or which study. They're going to have different names for these things. But that energy is an electromagnetic field of information around us. We all have it. You don't have to study to have this. You have it automatically. And when you realize that your energy is projecting out from you, then you'll do more things to be careful where you find yourself, where you bring yourself, what you say, what you do, because you're affecting things even at a distance. Because technically there's only oneness. Everything is connected in oneness. We have been taught everything is separate. But there's really only oneness. And getting to the place of oneness is the place of harmony, the place of balance, of what's called homeostasis. Where you go and who you're with will affect you, because if your auric field extends up to 50 feet, like some people, then whoever and whatever is in that field becomes a part of your energetic field. And if the frequencies are aligned, they can, help you. This is why being around good people who are talking about great subjects and about solutions and building, this is why it's important for people to come together. Because when two people come together, they create a third energy. Because your auric field, the electromagnetic structure energy around your body, has a certain frequency or certain frequencies. It's unique. It's like your fingerprint. No one has your fingerprint. No one has your auric print. It is yours. That is the light and the light force energy that is traveling through the galaxy coming into the body. And the body is basically an avatar, or it's like a spaceship or an earth suit. It is not who we are. It's just what we're using in this realm. It's what you use to swim through the waters of the air or through this atmosphere. It's a suit. It is not all of us. It is a part of us. It is what we use to be on spaceship Gaia, also known as the Earth. The atmosphere that we are in is a liquid. So we're in a bubble inside of a liquid. When two people who have different auric field energy frequency patterns come together, the combination of those two auric fields creates a third aura. Though the two people who have two different energy patterns, two different personalities, when they come together, it's a joining, a merging. And what emerges from that merging is a third energy pattern. That third energy pattern is unique because it's a combination of two unique patterns coming together in oneness, creating one more. So imagine a group of people. You're in a field of people who are emitting energy. I know some of you know exactly and have experienced this because you can feel the energies of others very well. You can feel it. Now, sometimes we think we know what somebody else is doing and what they're thinking, and we judge. See, that's mental. What we're talking about is physical, where you can feel the energy of other people. You get to the point where you could feel the energy of certain foods and certain things that can actually disrupt your frequency field. Being involved in certain activities that cause you to breathe different and act different and talk different. Where you have to wear these clothes that could be shattering and putting holes in your auric field are going to change you. That's right. Your auric field, which is like a bubble of energy, can easily be damaged. It can easily be torn and ripped and with holes in it. Now you can seal that up. We're not saying that's the end of it all, but a lot of us are walking around unaware of protecting or emanating or actually generating the correct frequencies for us, because we are so connected to other people. We care what they think. We need to be validated by others. We need to ask them what they feel. We're so concerned about others first. We forget that it should be us first, we first, me first. Take care of yourself first. Seal up your auric field daily. Just mentally knowing that this energy is out there that can extend up to 50 feet. Now, the average person, it might only be about 6, 7, 10 feet. But some people who are very aware and have a strong field of energy, it can extend up to 50 feet, possibly more. And you can actually see this with a technique called Kirlian photography. You can see the auric field, the energy and the colors and the lights around people that exist, that is part of their spiritual energy. When a person becomes angry, all of a sudden the field becomes more red and dark, or it becomes, that's why they say the person has dark energy, because they're dealing more with their root energy. Your root energy is like what's below your reproductive organs, your feet, your legs, connected to the earth. That's your first chakra. That is an energy center that has to do with your root. And a lot of times when we're angry, we're tapping into the root, and we're tapping into memory that we've learned. A lot of our memories and things have been taught to us. So we go back into what we were taught. We go back into childhood. And the average person is technically somewhere between 7 and 9 years old. The average person is somewhere mentally between 7 and 9 years old. So something happens and we're triggered. We go back into the way we were programmed, or in the way that our families were programmed to react. React means to act again, over and over, acting again. That's to react. Our reaction time has to be slowed down when we become more conscious and more clear, because a lot of times something happens and it's a shock. But if you calm down and breathe and just say A-E-I-O, Take a deep breath. A-E-I-O-U. Take a deep breath. A-E-I-O-U. Take a deep breath. A-E-I-O-U. Just that technique changes everything. It slows down all the energy. It slows down the influx of electrical energy that's hitting you from an idea or a thought or what we're seeing. So just use this to realize it helps to seal you up. Just the AEIOU. It's temporary. But your auric field is being bombarded with energies daily. Your attitude, what you eat, what you wear, all those things are affecting the bubble around you, which is your spaceship. There's a lot of mass distraction that goes on constantly every day. Especially today, there's probably more mass distraction going on in the media, social media too, than we've ever seen. Some people say it's getting worse and worse and worse. Well, what it is, you're noticing what was already there. This stuff that's going on right now is no different than what's usually going on. It's just being brought to the surface. And some of it is purposeful to bring you to the purpose, bring it to the surface, because what it does is it fractures your auric field. It fractures your energy field because you're becoming emotional many times about something that is none of your business, or you know nothing about. You don't know if it's true or not. You don't know what's going on with the government. You don't know what's going on with the neighbors. You really don't know. You're guessing. Sometimes we think we're reading people's minds. We're not good mind readers. The game of getting people all shook up and all spun out of control in separation, what they call the science of separation has been around a long time. To get you to hate somebody else you don't even know. Those people over there, them, they. To point the finger and become victims and act like a victim. And have these enemies that sometimes you've never met. The enemy that you may have, you don't even know these people. They're our enemies. Who told you they're your enemies? So now you take the idea of them and you bring it into you, enemy. Now inside your bubble, inside your auric field, is some idea of something that you've brought in that begins to cause your frequency to become erratic. You become out of tune, out of time. You become lost in somebody else's stuff. And that stuff may not even be the person or the people that you're talking about. How many of you met somebody that you thought was your enemy and you finally met them and they ended up being really cool? And what you thought about them was totally different than what you were, programmed and prompted to believe. Be careful of division. Be careful of setting yourself up into a place where you are now drowning in your own auric field, because it can become muddy and ugly. The colors are like the rainbow. They should be clear, which is the colors of the chakras. So just being able to tune up really quickly is really important, especially for now. It is really important for now because springtime is coming. It's actually here. They say, it's officially, this whole thing about official has to do with the office. They've said that it's on the 20th. On the 20th at such and such a clock, the sun crosses the equator. Like it only happens at that o'clock. The sun is approaching the equator now. Doesn't have to be exact. It's basically over the equator. But the sun inside you is your solar plexus, and your solar plexus is connected directly to the sun in the sky. That's why it's called a solar plexus. A bundle of nerves inside your gut that's lit up. It emits light, like light emitting diodes, energy. It's a bundle of nerves that all come together, and it's the largest bundle of nerves in your body. It's in your gut. In fact, that's like your original brain. Some of you know it's your first mind. You follow your gut, you're usually going to end up in the right place. But a lot of times we don't follow our gut because our gut is toxic because of what we've eaten and because what we believe and what we've been programmed to believe. So the friendly bacteria, which they call the microbiome, which is billions and billions and billions of different creatures that live inside of us. In fact, there's more of them than there is of us. Most of your body weight is these, these entities. They've all come together to be you. But if you feed them certain foods, if you eat certain things, it kills certain ones off and makes other ones grow. It's no more balanced. And that's what we're going to get in today, how to bring the body into balance and what products and which things that we offer could possibly bring us back into balance, because we're constantly bombarded by stuff, by information, by activities and habits and ways of living. It is a challenge being here on earth at this time. It is not an easy thing, but it can be simple. If you follow your first mind, follow your destiny, figure out what that is, even if it's only from day to day. Your destiny today or your purpose today may be just to have a great day. That could be it. It doesn't have to be all deep. You're here to save the world. You know what I'm saying? You want to create peace on earth. There already is peace on earth. There already is peace on earth. You're saying, but no, Dr. B, look at all the pain and the struggle. Well, there's both, because everything is connected to its opposite. Our goal is to help us make better choices. When you make better choices and you make, choices based on predetermined goals, then you don't end up in places where you start conducting yourself like everybody else, following everybody else, getting upset with everybody else, and causing your auric field to tear. We're being ripped open every single day by other people and other things we don't agree with, that we just feel like we need to voice. Let them do what they do. Let them. They don't like me. Let them not like you. That's okay. A lot of folks don't move forward with an idea because they're worried about what people are going to think. They're worried about they're worried about judgment. Do you know how many people become sick and ill because they never do what they truly desire to do? Not even for a few minutes a week. Because you could do what you love just for a few minutes a week, but just something you love that nobody else knows about. Not something that everybody else loves and you're going to go do it together. Everybody wants to go bowling and you go bowling with them. That's cool if that's what you really desire. But a lot of times you go bowling or go do something with a group of people because they force you to. You feel forced. It's about becoming an indivisible individual. I'm doing what I'm doing because I love it. If you love bowling or you love going to play ball or you love going to hang out or go here, if you really love it in your gut, not just because everybody else is doing it and it seems like the thing to do, then do it. But we've got to learn to follow our minds and protect our auric field. And even when our auric field becomes damaged, then we need to know what to do. Now, there are herbs. There are natural medicines, there's minerals, there's techniques, there's certain types of fasting, certain types of breathing that helps to replenish our bodies and our auric field. That's what we're going to talk about tonight. Are you ready? Good. I see we've got lots of people online right now. I'd like to know, first of all, give yourself permission. Give yourself permission to open up and learn something new, or to at least look at something different. Give yourself permission. Don't wait for somebody else's permission to be you and to learn. And don't let your old mind cloud your new mind, because the old mind will come in like a gangster and do drive-bys on your new ideas. Some of y'all know about that. You decide to change and, oh my God, here they come riding up slow, like in those movies. You know what I'm saying? And they start scattering, blowing, bullets, mental bullets, ideas. Are you ready to give yourself permission to learn something new? And will you give me permission to speak from a different place that I may have normally spoke? Because tonight we may touch on some things that are new on the horizon that you may not have looked at in this particular way? Would it be okay if I share with you new information and possibly go over some old information? But, we all know repetition is very important. Would it be okay if we make it a little fun? Would it be okay? Yeah, some folks want it to be too serious. Oh, Dr. B, you're making jokes and things. This is a serious time. How can you be like that? Levity and fun is another way of breathing. When you laugh, did you know you seal up your auric field? Just laughing, having fun, real, true fun for you, by you, with you. And is it okay if I share some information that may kind of, agitate you? It may upset you. It may go against what you've learned. It may go against your mindset. You may see some things today that could shock you. Is it okay that we go there? Thank you, then. Now, who is here for the first time? If you're here for the first time, please put in the chat, share with us who you are. I was going to say who you are, but where are you from and how did you find out about this particular program? If you're new, welcome. Please put it in the chat who you are and where you're from. How did you find out about this program? If it's your first time, put first time, where you're from, and how you found out about the program. If you've been here before, some of you may be VIP. Some of you may go all the way back to 1994 when we started. If you're here and you're a veteran, you've been here many times before, then put in there that I've been here before. Where are you from? How did you find out about this particular program? This information is good for us to do marketing, so we'll know where people are coming from. I see we've got people who have heard us on the Carl Nelson radio show. I've been on the Carl Nelson radio show since 1994, and Carl Nelson is the person, and along with a brother named Jamal Goree, are the two people who convinced me to go public as Dr. B. That was 1994. I know some of you said, well, I've never heard of him. I've been around a long time. I just may not have been in what you call the mainstream. I've been kind of in the background. Brother Rich. Yes, Brother Rich is one of the, beautiful people right now who's bringing a lot of information, especially to the younger people. And he has a really beautiful platform for sharing information that's on a higher degree, on a higher level. Yes, some of us say Billy Carson. Yes, well, been with Billy Carson many times. We work together often. Forbidden Knowledge over there. We have a few shows on their channel. And yes, Brother Rich last night. Yes. The awards. Yes. Oh, wow. The awards, the Forbidden Knowledge Awards. Yeah, last year I was fortunate, very fortunate to win Spiritual Leader of the Year at the Forbidden Knowledge Awards. That was a mind-blowing thing. 19 Keys. Yes, 19 Keys. I've been on his program a few times. We're actually talking about putting a few things together right now and teaming up. It's important that if you find people of like minds to gather, this is the time to come together, y'all. You know what I'm saying? This is the time, if you can find a few people, even one person, to pull together. Remember, your auric fields join and you create a third aura. So when two or more gather with the same mindset, then they create something new. If we can gather and talk about solutions, that's a powerful thing. Can we agree tonight to talk about some solutions? We could talk about the problems forever. There's so many problems. It's ridiculous. Because if you focus on the circle of solutions, then guess what? That circle gets bigger and bigger. Because it becomes like a vortex. It becomes an energy field, which goes out and finds more energy like it. It's getting a little hot in here. Excuse me. So pull together. It's an old saying, Harambe. which means to pull together, to come together, to bring our powers together. Let's work together. Let's do more of that. The division and separation is the problem. That's what's happening with our organs. They've become divided from themselves. The cells themselves are sometimes going to war trying to fight what we've eaten or what we didn't eat. Some of the food dyes and poisons and foods that are not even foods that we're ingesting, even as vegans. Some of the things they put on the vegetables, on the skins, they spray on them to get them to ripen quickly. You know, I just found out, I was talking to a friend of mine, brother Eugene, over at Grow Where You Are. Go check out Grow Where You Are, you guys. Grow Where You Are. Grow Where You Are on IG. I think they have a .com too. Can somebody put that in there? Grow Where You Are. They are local farmers here in the Atlanta area where I am right now. I'm back and forth, you know, between here and Los Angeles and other places. But right now I'm in Los Angeles. I mean, in Atlanta. And not far from me is where they have the Grow Where You Are farm. And Brother Rich and I went there about a week ago. And wow, tasting real vegetables that they're still growing is amazing. The energy, the electricity, just from eating a little lettuce or some mustard greens, one little mustard green leaf directly from the earth is amazing. I think a lot of y'all know about that. You've actually, you know, had that experience, because as they pick the vegetables, even if they're the best vegetables and they're organic or wild crafted, which is even better than organic, that means they grow wild. That means they're not sprayed or anything. When you pick them or cut them, the life force energy begins to leave. The frequency and the electricity begins to slowly degrade. So when we finally get it, even at a farmer's market or days later, the energy is not as high. It's still good, but it's not as high as picking something out your garden or having some basil or some mint growing in the window of your apartment or on the porch. You could just throw mint leaves out and they just start growing like crazy. And you could take a few of those leaves of those living plants and throw it in whatever you're cooking. And even though what you're cooking may not be 100% healthy, it begins to change the frequency of the entire dish just by having something natural around, just by putting your feet on the naked ground, just by looking at plants growing and go out in nature. Things like that can begin to balance us, because the issue is we're out of balance. Springtime is the time to create or put yourself in a place of balance. That's what the solstice is about, or I'm sorry, cancel, cut, delete, and clear. The equinox. So on the 20th, the sun is right over the equator. So it's equal day and equal night, or equal light on both sides of the equator. The sun is right over the equator. And as the sun moves north from there, that's springtime. So more light is hitting the earth in the spring, more sunlight, more heat. When this happens, the birds begin to tweet certain frequencies. Certain insects and bugs and plants begin to pop up. And a frequency happens. It's like, let's go, let's go, let's go. It's a growing vibration. It's a marker. Everything begins to march forward. March is the time when the marching of new life begins. The marching of new life begins. And when Sirius rises above the equator, the horizon, when Sirius rises, also arrives the new life vibration. So it's not just the sun over the equator, but it's also Sirius rising. The Sirius star is our mother star. That's our spiritual sun. Sirius, this is the brightest star in the sky. It's 20 times brighter than our sun, but it's far away, so you don't notice it as much. But that has a lot to do with marking the brand new season. That marks the time when it's time to get busy. Technically, if you go back, you'll find that between March, the middle of March and April was the new year. It still technically is the new year, the new, Earth year. Because January is not technically the new year. That's just the corporate new year. That's the Catholic new year. They created that. That's got to do with, Pope Gregory and all those folks that wanted to control time. Because if you control time, you control the mind. Whoever controls your time controls your mind. Whoever controls your time controls your mind. So this is why you've got to find some time for yourself. Even though you're on a schedule, you got to get here and do that. You still have to take some time to be on your own so you can reset in your own paradigm. Very important to take some time for yourself out of the rush, busyness. So on the equinox, many people take time to take a space and a breath and let winter go. Let the old season go. If we can, let go of many of the old ideas. Release the old energies from the past, especially if they're disagreeable. Because guess what? If you don't do this, it creates illness. A lot of people say, well, Dr. B, how can I cure such and such? And how can I fix this? First, we must begin by letting go of the past. At least the disagreeable past. And it's easier said than done. But everything, I heard 19 Keys talking about this. Everything is easier said than done. What are we saying? Don't do it? Action speaks louder than words. We got to get up and do it. So as spring springs forward, it springs our energy forward if we allow it, if we're in time, in rhythm with the season. Nature follows the path of least resistance. If you go with nature, if you follow nature, you're going to be connected more to the earth and your whole body's going to feel it. A lot of people are sick because they've been going against their nature. They've been going against nature's nature. They've been going against everything that's natural. We've been, a lot of us have been removed from the soil, removed from the earth. We're drinking water that, they're giving most of the water they're giving to you from some place, some reservoir where they collect it. And in most towns, right, most cities, they're collecting reclaimed water. You know where that's coming from. It's reclaimed from your toilet, from your sink, from your flush. And they filter it out, clean it up, throw some chlorine in it, and give it back to you. They freshen it, freshened water. That's going in through our skin. Now, we may not be able to do anything about that, but you can put things like, baking soda in your tub. A really good one is lavender, little lavender oil. Just maybe 10 drops of lavender oil changes the frequency of the water. But if you can get a water filter, that's really good. And also a water conditioner or a device that actually, what does it do? It's going to, how can I explain it simply without being too scientific? It clusters your water. It structures your water. Water should be structured in little diamond shapes. When you look at it under the microscope, if it's good, clean, fresh water, the molecules are shaped like little diamonds, six-sided, six-pointed diamonds, like you see a snowflake. A snowflake is a representation of water, and water takes the shape of what's around it. Water takes the shape of what you think. Water takes the shape of what you're saying, what you're feeling around it, because water has an auric field too. And when you are around the water's auric field and your auric field connect. Did you know that water is a living thing? Water is a living thing. Water is a living female entity. It's alive. It takes on the energy of its environment. So you could take your water and program your water very easily. You could take your water like this. This is water. It's in a copper bottle. And you could just say love, harmony. Just hold it in your right hand. Love, harmony, and drink it. And you could also do a really quick experiment. You could also take your water and say love, fear, grief, and hold it in your right hand and taste it. And drink it. Just taste a little bit of it. Don't gulp this down. And then say love, harmony, peace, or whatever something beautiful means to you. and then taste it. You'll taste the difference right away. Try it right now, some of you. Because your water is being crystallized by your thoughts. It's taking on your thoughts. It's magnetic. Feminine energy is magnetic. It means it attracts whatever's around it. And there is a device. Let's see if I can find it while we're online here. I don't sell it. Well, we do sell a version of it on our website. It's called the water wand. But there is one. Let me just give it to you guys. You can go find it. I think I have a banner which has all the products that actually change the energy of water, changes the energy of your environment. Here we go. Go to improveyourlife.us. Improveyourlife.us. And you're going to see this old school website. It's kind of clunky. You're going to be like, what the heck is this? He has some of the best radiation of devices to actually, block or change radiation, change the frequency. And he has one. It has two devices. One is called the water wand. Do I have one right here? I had one here earlier. That you actually touch on your water. You touch on your water bottle and it begins to crystallize or structure your water, because when your water is crystallized and structured, your body absorbs it. Your cells have little stars like opening, little 6-pointed star openings, and water must fit perfectly into that. If your water is not structured, if your water is ugly looking, do I have a book right here I can show you really quickly? Because we're talking about things that we can do to make ourselves more healthy. I'm looking at the library here, and my gosh, I could have brought that book out if I knew this was going to come up, but I'm being told to speak on this because this is the basis of healing. One, protecting our auric field. Next, our water. What's in your water? You have no idea. So, here we go. Hold on. Let's see if I can find some images of water. Here we go. These are images of molecules of water that are structured perfectly. These are structured water molecules. This is what water looks like when it is spring water, when it is charged with something agreeable. These water molecules have been charged just by putting these little flowers in them. The shapes of the water take on the shapes of the flowers. But the water also takes on the shape. Here's some other ones. Look at this. Can you see that? Those are molecules of water. They have harmonic frequencies that are balanced. I think I may have pictures of water that is very much unstructured. Your tap water or water that is just, here we go. These are pictures of water that's totally unstructured. It's gone through pipes. It has a lot to do with the energy around it. You can change these water molecules just by thinking. Water takes the shape of the energy of your thought or the environment, and your mind creates an environment. Look up the works of Dr. Emoto. Dr. Emoto is the one who recently, because this was ancient also. Look at this water molecule. Oh, let's get this way. Can I go to adequate this way? Can you see that? Look at that. Just by speaking disagreeable. Look at this. That beautiful water molecule at the top is mimicking the flour that's near it. All you have to do is bring that flour near the water, and the water molecules change. But also at the same time, your words, the sounds that come out of your mouth, even the thoughts as you're drinking water will affect your water. And if you're always thinking disagreeable and you're thinking about your problems, the water takes on the shape of whatever you're thinking. There's some really ugly ones, and that's not the best book. There is another one which I think fell apart because I use it so much. But our thoughts are very important. So the products that we create at Elevation, we use structured water that we create. So if you'd like to get a device that will structure your water, there's 2 of them at improveyourlife.us. One of them is called a water wand. It looks like a pen and it's silver. And you touch it on the outside of the water just before you drink it. It's called the water wand. Then there's another one. I can't think of the name of it right now. But there's one that you actually put on the water pipe. If you can find the inlet to your home, you may not be able to do this in an apartment, but if you're in a home or some duplexes, you can get to where the water comes in, and you could tell because the water meter is usually near it, or the off and on switch for the water cut off. And you put this thing, it's about maybe 5 inches tall, it's blue, and you put it on your water pipe, and it structures all the water in your house. You can feel it instantly. You can feel when you're taking a shower or a bath, even if you're drinking that water, it changes it. Now, it doesn't filter it. This is not a water filter. It structures the water. It changes the frequency of the water. When you change the frequency of the water, even though it may not be, it may have toxins in it, those toxins you pee out really quickly if the water is structured. It doesn't get rid of the toxins. It changes the frequency of the toxins. And I need to say this because this is really important. We're going to get into this deeper in a minute. It's not what you're doing, it's how you're doing it. Our bodies, our minds, our whole life is always going to deal with opposition. You're always going to have toxicity in everything. I couldn't care if you eat the best vegetable. There is toxicity, levels of toxicity in everything. Maybe less, but there's some in there. Organic, if something 100% organic, it's in this air, in this environment, which is toxic. So it's your mindset that can begin to change your food, which is going to change your health. It's not just what we're taking. It's just not what we're eating. It's also our thought process. Our thought process is what we're eating. Now, water, most vegetables are full of water. Most foods are full of water. Well, let me change that, because we have a habit, even as healthy eaters, to eat a lot of dry food, crunchy stuff, like potato chips. They got some quote unquote healthy potato chips. Now, I have been a potato chip junkie most of my life. And the potato chips remind me of my grandfather, because he used to take us on Saturdays and Sunday rides, and we'd always stop at the store, and we get these potato chips up in the Northeast called State Line potato chips. Oh my God. The best potato chip in the world. Woo! Amazing. And that was like, that was me and my grandfather's connection, was potato chips. So when my grandfather left the planet, guess what? I still ate potato chips to remind me of my grandfather. A lot of us have habits like this, that we do something because on a subconscious level, it reminds us of the love and the connection of someone or something. We get hooked. But potato chips are some of the most toxic things out there. Why? First of all, the potato has water in it. And then it has, the starch in it. You take the water and the starch and you throw it in hot grease. Soon as you do that, it creates something called acrylamide. The same thing of taking a piece of chicken or a piece of beef or any animal product which has water or blood and mucus and other liquids in it. Yes, it does. Let's get real. And you throw it in hot grease. It creates a plastic type material called acrylamide. Anything that has "ide" at the end of it is not good for you. Potato chips. I was looking at some potato chips today because somebody had some downstairs. I kept staring at him. My mouth was watering. It took everything for me not to eat him. Because see, the deepness is that the habit is so deep. You see, I'm stuttering and everything. It's so deep that you have to fight yourself. That's why I don't want him around. The things that I was hooked on, I can't have them around. Just keep them away. It's that water, oil, or fat and grease and hot, those high temperatures creates acrylamide. Whew. Man. A friend of mine, he used to work for one of the major potato chip companies. I don't want to say, but they got a yellow bag and they're very famous. And he drove the truck and he was, he seemed like he was the most healthiest guy we knew. But he kept saying, he says, man, driving this truck, man, the grease and the oils and the chemicals they use is going to kill me. Because the drivers of the trucks were getting sick. Do you know that within 6 months, he died? And they said, oh, he had allergies. He had this. He had a heart condition. A lot of people who, deliver certain foods like that from the factory, they're taking in the energy. They're at the factory. They're in the place where they make this stuff. And it's in the air. Okay. Somebody said, oh, wow, I'm eating Funyuns right now. What is a Funyun? That ain't a potato chip. What is a Funyun? Huh? What is a Funyun? Wow, I'm eating Funyuns right now. What is a Funyun? Fun yun. If you have any idea what that's doing to your mouth, let's do it to you. Take it right now. Take that right now. Who is this? What's your name? Golden. Those chips is turning your gold into lead. Throw them away right now. Right now. Anybody else want to put what they eating up in here? Right now. She was bold. She put it out there. She just closed the bag. See? She said she just closed the bag. That means while you talking about it, we're going to close it. If you closed it, that means that you're making sure they're still fresh for later. Because I'm going to have some fun with yuns later. Throw them out. Take them. I'll tell you what you do. Keep them in the bag. Close the bag up. Put them under your foot and crush them in the bag. Just crush it up into a powder. And throw it in the trash. In fact, empty it out into the trash. Now, if you eat them in a powder, some people will still eat them. Powdered Funyuns. They might use it as a seasoning. Go to the next level. Open up this toxic stuff that you know you shouldn't be eating and throw it in the trash. And keep it out of your face. And if you got children, why are you giving your children this kind of stuff? Anyway, back to water. So if you go over to improveyourlife.us, they've got devices that actually purify water. And I want to show you this because last time I was on, I didn't have one of these. But this is called a Food Protect. This is over at improveyourlife.us. This reorganizes all of the food in your kitchen, anything within 30 feet of this device. It looks like a little plastic, like a card, like a credit card. But it has quantum physics energy programmed into it. And the energy comes from this and hits everything in your kitchen, even through the refrigerator. I've got one in each refrigerator. And in the cabinet, you don't really need it. You only need one because, unless your kitchen's bigger than 30 feet, it sends out a bubble of quantum physics energy to everything you're eating. Because even if it's organic, it's not going to be 100% natural. But what this does is it changes and crystallizes the water and the energy in it so that it now is edible. It doesn't get rid of the toxins. What it does is it makes the toxins change the frequency of the toxins so that you can pee them out. So you can poop them out really quickly. So they don't affect you. You can change the frequency of any disagreeable energy. It's an alchemy card, basically, is what it is. Now, I didn't think it worked very well. So when I first got it, I was in doubt. So I didn't use it. And I threw it somewhere and couldn't find it. Then I found it and decided to put it in the refrigerator, and the food changed. Then we put them in the lab where we make all the products. We have these in the cabinets where we keep the herbs. We have these to structure the water in every product. Every product that we put out is going to have this quantum physically energy infused in it. I don't know anybody else doing this. When something is actually raising the vibration of the food, because even the herbs are not at their highest vibration like they used to before we started making fluorescent lights and electric bulbs and gasoline engines, and before there was chemtrails and all these toxins. It may have been 100% or better back then, but nowadays, no matter what you're getting, it's going to be a little off. This card is called Food Protect. You get it at improveyourlife.us. And since we're on this, also, this is called the SD9. SD9 5. This little disc, you see this? This little disc changes the frequency of all radiation within 15 feet. I always have it right here on the computer because your computer is putting out so much radiation. This is called a SD9, then a little space, and a 5. Smart Defender 5G. So it is changing the frequency of 5G, 4G, 3G. You forgot about 2G and 1G? They got those too. How do you think we got this 5? Actually, they're at 6 now. And he is actually reprogramming these devices wherever they are in the world constantly. Oh, microwave radiation, any type of toxic radiation, it just changes the frequency of it to something that's more agreeable. So we have these around. I carry one on my keychain in my car. You don't think your car puts out radiation? I don't care if it's just a gasoline engine or you got a Flintstone car where you put your feet through the floor and push it. It doesn't make any difference if it's made with any type of electronic devices. I guess maybe the Flintstone devices didn't have any radiation. Yeah, I think that was real labor right there. Remember the Flintstones? They used to put their feet out of the car, and then they would go. Anyway, this is called the Protect Pro. When you go to the website, go to the side that says Protect, and they have all these devices that can help protect you from radiation. SD9 5. That's what this one is called. Okay. Some people asking for the link. The link is improveyourlife.us. If somebody would like to put the link in there, we can give it to everybody. Okay. So the SD9-5 helps to protect, or it helps to change the frequency of radiation for 15 feet. I sleep with one of these near the bed, have them in the bedroom, but they do have a device that's bigger than this. I can't remember what the name of it is. It will do the same thing for 150 feet. Up, down, it makes a bubble around everything for 150 feet. It's a Protect Pro, and I can't remember what the big one is, but when you go to their website, you'll see different ones. They got one that you can have around your neck that only the energy extends about 3 feet just for your body. You see, but this one I find is the best for me because, this one is 15 feet, and I always keep it with me. I have one in each car. If we go in the truck, we go on the trip, it's in my bag when I'm on an airplane because my bag is, either under the seat in front of me or above me. And that energy is extending out 15 feet. Do you know how much radiation is in an airplane? Bouncing around inside the metal or in a car or a train, any of these modern vehicles, you're safe. SD9 5 at, improveyourlife.us. So we got the Food Protect for your food. You bring that when you go to a restaurant or whatever, just put it on the table. The whole table, it begins to reorganize the energy of everything on that table. And this stuff has been tested by so many people. This is this amazing technology that comes out of Germany that has been brought to the surface now. And there's one called Good Night, Sleep Well. Good Night, Sleep Well. In fact, I just thought of somebody who I should give this to right now. They're having trouble sleeping. In fact, I've been having a little trouble sleeping. I need to put mine near my bed. It's been in my suitcase until today. This one helps you sleep. It protects you from all the energy around you that's keeping you awake. And one of the main causes of illness is the stress from not sleeping. This one is called Good Night and Sleep Well. Looks like a little card. This is amazing stuff. When I met the guy who owns this company, he was like, look, he talks like this. This stuff is amazing. This is what they're doing in Germany. This is quantum physics technology. Dr. B, I want you to be the distributor. So if you go to the website, you can't buy anything unless you put in there Dr. B sent you. Well, you can look at things and put them in your cart, but before you can actually check out, you got to put in there Dr. B sent me. Or you can't buy because it's not a public website. He's very undercover. And when you see the website, you'll see this is some kind of old school technology to trick. It looks like this is not serious. It's extremely serious. I even have a device that protects the whole room. Let me see. Hold on. So here in my studio, I have this called the Room Protect. This protects and sends out energy in the entire room, no matter how big the room is. It could be a concert hall. You just sit this on the stage or put it in the room somewhere and it sends out energy. I think Brother Omarion now has one of these. And I think Keb Mo, I think he has one too. This changes the frequency of the crowd and everybody in a room. It's crazy. What is this one called? It's written in German. Garant, was das, was erfährt. I can't remember what it's called. I think there was a little. Here it is. This one is called the High Energy Room Harmonizer. And be careful. You put this in your bedroom. When it's that time, you know what time I'm talking about. I'm not talking about going to sleep. I'm talking about when you want to be harmonized with the action of love and intimacy. Okay? So, and then last, I'm going to cover one more. Then we're going to go to some of the herbal products. This is called the light wand. This is such an amazing device. This is the one that changed my whole perspective of life. This is also on the website. There's this little teeny one. There's a small one, and then there's two larger ones. This one, the light extends 150 feet, and it brings the energy level up of everything it touches. And if you shine this on your water or your drink, whatever you're drinking, any liquid, any food, any vegetables, it brings the energy up and changes the flavor and brings out the original energy. It changes the auric field of everything it touches. So earlier we were talking about sealing up our auras. This light seals up your aura instantly. Some of you have seen it at work. Some of you have seen me use it when I do balances and I work with crowds. I bring the light. If we shine this on the crowd of 1,000 people, it changes the energy of everybody in the crowd. So we're going to test it right now. Put in the chat, scan yourself and see how you feel. Give it a number. 1 or 0 is like your energy is really low or you're down, or even your mental energy. 10, you're really high. If you're above head, be above 10, be above your head, or 10 or higher. Put that in there. Yeah, there's Raha says she got her light. That's right. You got to be careful because folks want to borrow your light. They'll take your light. I'm talking about your energy light, your life light. So your energy, put your number in, and we're going to do a really quick experiment. We got looks like over 300 and something people in the room. Let's see how the light affects everybody. And I'm going to show you how quantum physics works. Because these products, remember I tell you the man can reprogram these from wherever he is? Like the one called the Food Protect. He just told me he reprogrammed it because the FDA, before they went out of session, they said it was okay to use bugs for nutrition in almost all the foods. Bugs are okay now. They're putting bugs. I mean, bugs got parasites and toxins in them that nothing else has. Okay? He programmed it to rearrange the molecules of your food so that the bugs are at least inert. And I remember I said that, now they have 6G. They're going to keep it quiet because y'all was complaining about 5G. So they're using 6G. But this device, even though it says that is for 5G is now for 6G too, because wherever he is, he has a quantum computer, and all the devices that he has on that website, he's changing the frequency of them afar. Because with quantum physics, there's no distance, there's no time. Everything is instant. That's quantum physics. All right. So we got some people that are saying 0 is their energy right now, 4, 7, 6, 9. Okay. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to shine the light into the camera. We're going to shine the light into the camera. That's all we're going to do. And let's see what happens. Are you ready? Okay, let's go. We're going to shine the light and see what happens. All right. Everybody got that? Now check your energy field. See if the number changed. See if your number changed. Check your energy and see if it changed. Just from shining the light, that light went through the camera, through the internet, all over the world. Everybody that's on right now received that light wave energy. See if you changed. That is deep. And if we were together right now, when you come to some of these events, we're going to use the light on the whole audience, and it changes everybody. Because most of the events we do now, you know, we shine the light and it just, everyone changes in an instant. Because we're leaking light. Remember I said there's holes in our aura, and our aura is different frequencies of light. That's why there's the rainbow of, you know, there's a rainbow of colors that are emitted from each aura. This replaces the frequencies of the aura and protects your auric field. It also does this. You can shine it on plants, pets, animals. I've even driven through neighborhoods and shined a light, because this one shines 150 feet. And it looks like just a regular, military flashlight. It actually is. It's waterproof and everything. But in it, it has a little device that this man has installed to create quantum light frequencies. And it brings the energy up of everything that is shined on. Okay, people say they felt the energy. So we're going to try it one more time. One more time to see if we can get the energy to go higher. Are you ready? And you can bring your family around. Let me give you a few minutes. Bring the family around. Put them all near the screen, your loved ones, and have them near this light. Or actually, people don't even have to be looking directly at this screen. If your computer light is flashing in the room, it's changing the frequency of every room of everybody who is actually on this program right now. You ready? And people saying, what is the website? ImproveYourLife.us. It's across the bottom of the screen. This is called the light wand. It doesn't matter if you're eating. Put your food in front of the camera. Here you go. If you're eating something, where's homegirl with the Funyuns? You still eating them Funyuns? Put a Funyun up in front of your front of your screen, and let's shine this light on it. Or whatever you're eating, you shine it on it, and it brings the flavor up. Okay, you ready? All right. Here we go. We're going to shine the light one more time. And I'm going to shine it all around the room. I'm going to shine it on my plants. You can shine it on walls. Everything that's made of molecules, which is everything. I shine it on my hair. Shine it on your pineal. You can feel that. Your throat. Now, be careful now. There's one place you need to be careful shining this. I'm telling you right now. Your reproductives. Because if you ain't ready to get busy, hold off on shining it there, because it brings the energy of everything that you shine it on up anywhere from 10, 20, 30 times. It depends on what it is. So be careful. Don't shine it on everything and just don't be all out willy-nilly unless you're ready for action. If you don't have anybody around, then be ready for self-action. You might be home alone tonight, part 5. Joking. Anyway, so that is the light wand. We also use this on every product we create. Every product is infused with this light wand quantum energy. I don't know of any company, any herbalist, any natural product manufacturer who's doing this. This is cutting edge. I don't know of anybody who does what we do, having the radiation shields around all of the products. They're picking up the quantum energy. I don't know of anybody else who's putting a food protect under all of the herbs in the cabinet where we keep the herbs to keep them at a high vibration. I don't know anybody else who has devices like this that help you slip into dream time. I don't know anybody else that has anything like this. And I'm going to show you one more. And then we're going to go on to the products. There's one more. It's in the back of my phone. This one is called Protect Pro. This one is for phones. The phone protect. It's at improveyourlife.us. You put this in your phone. I'm going to tell you how deep this is. Not only does it change the frequencies of the erratic, harmful radiation from your phone, everyone you talk to while you're talking to them, it changes the frequency of their phone too. In fact, there is one of these devices on my computer right now. And everybody on this broadcast, their computer is not putting out the same levels or the same type of radiation. Everybody. It's that deep. And some of you can feel it. Some people just come to these events just to feel this energy because it seals up your auric field. It brings back the rainbow of life. It fills you up with light and life. And if you're going through any illness, these things are important because you could, if you got poor, circulation, shine this on your body. Joints, you can put it directly on your joints. And if you have immune system issues, you put it right here on your forearm. Helps to bring up your immune system really quickly. And there's little teeny portable ones they have too. They have different strengths. They got a big one that shines 350 feet. That's a big one. It'll do a 50-gallon drum of liquid and change the frequency. We shine these in the bathtub before we take baths and things. So you pick up those products at improveyourlife.us. What we're talking about today is all based around parasites. So when I talked about people and energy, people would like your light. They would like your energy because people are looking for life force energy from you. That's a lot of times why you're invited to things, and people like you sometimes just for your energy. You know about that. So what we're doing now is sealing up our energy field. That is very important. No matter what you're attempting to do, we got to seal up our energy. Seal up our field. There are herbal products and natural things that help to do this so that the parasitic energies, because everything has a life-giving side and a life-taking side. You can't get rid of parasites, y'all. Somebody said, I killed all my parasites. Listen, I don't know who told you that. You can't kill all the parasites. Without parasites, you couldn't even have the planet because they help to eat some of the trash. It's like getting rid of rats and roaches. If you get rid of rats and roaches, we only live 7 years at the most, because they eat a lot of the toxins. The same thing at the fish or the shellfish that live at the bottom of the ocean. They eat the waste. They digest all the waste that falls to the bottom of the ocean. The ocean. It's creamy down there, but it's not a good cream. It's muddy, murky. Shellfish, which also are hellfish. Shell, say it like that. Shellfish. They crawl on the bottom of the ocean. They're crawlies, crawfish. Those are the clams and the oysters and the shrimp. And the shrimp and the crabs and the lobsters, those are arthropods. Do you know what an arthropod is? They're roaches. They're sea roaches. They're made the same. It's just that some live underwater, some live above water. And you mad at the ones in your house. You done killed that roach real bad last night. And now you're down at the seafood restaurant. You see what I'm saying? Shrimp fried rice. What's roach fried rice? It's the same thing. Yeah, they're all very high in protein because they ate everything. That's why they taste like that, because they already ate everything. People love this stuff. And it's hard to get off of it. I'm not talking to you bad because, you got hooked on this. You got hooked on it because it was a program. But it breaks your auric field. It makes you ill at some level. You may not feel it today because you really love it, but later on, you're going to have things like arthritis, diabetes, heart disease, cancer. What are the many diseases that we have right now? A lot of it has to do with what we're eating, what we're ingesting, and what's in our environment. The minute you eat one of these shellfish, all of a sudden your energy, your auric field almost dies. It tears wide open. And some people say, well, Dr. B, I'm going to get that light. I'm going to get that light and shine it on my shrimps. And I'm going to get that other thing, what they call the food protect. I'm going to Lobster Willie's next week. And I'm going to put that food protect. I'm going to rub that sucker I'm going to dip that sucker in the butter that I'm going to put on that drawn, that drawn crab. What they call it? Some folks are going to try that. Well, some things are so toxic that no matter what you do, it's still poison. I wouldn't be trying to shine the light on poison just so I could eat poison. But, we got a lot of mental illness. A lot of us are, we're somewhere between, schizophrenic, crazy, foolish, because we've been brought up in a system that's full of sin. Sin means missing the mark. We were born into sin. Sin means to miss the mark. A lot of times we're missing the mark. But tonight we're going to change. During this time, this equinox, we're going to change. Are y'all ready to change? Are you ready to flip the script? Somebody said, well, Dr. B, how much is this stuff? See, you need to hang up because we're hung up on the price. It's going to cost you. These poison foods and these poison habits and these poison ways and hanging out with poison people, believing in poison stuff, getting caught up in the news and the drama and all of this stuff, it costs a lot because it's going to kill us all dead. It divides us. It tears us open at the core. Now you're beginning to look at diabetes, heart disease, kidney disease, liver disease. You see, all of them, it's so many diseases out there, it's ridiculous, but they start a lot of times in our environment and what we're putting in our environment, what we're allowing into our body. So we've got to constantly be rebalancing, detoxifying to get rid of the toxins that we've taken on, especially for the last season. Do you hear me now? You went through the winter. In the winter, you went inward, at least you were supposed to. Some folks was out just as wild as ever, but it's okay. Do your thing. We're not talking bad about you. That's your thing. But now you're in a new season, so you have to leave the foods and the ways that you've had of the last season and move into a new season. Could you imagine wearing that thick wool coat through the summer? Why would you do it? You're going to get sick from wearing too many clothes and having too much heat. You change your clothes, right, in the season, so you got to change your habits, change your ways. Springtime affords us new light. Just like this light brings new light, the sun is bringing new quantum light too, because the sun is putting out quantum light. And if we got enough sun, we wouldn't need a quantum light like this. Go outside totally naked. And some people say, well, I did. I had my bathing suit on. No, you got to take that sucker off. Take off your underwears off. Why? Because you need light on your reproductives. That's why they're usually a little darker than the rest of your body, because they're attempting to pull in more light because they usually have a little more melanin. Folks is bleaching. Yeah, I don't know if y'all know, but I don't want to go there. Folks want their, never mind. Yeah, stay on track. There's children in the room. They know about this. Yeah, people be bleaching all kind of stuff now. You know what I'm saying? You want your stuff light because you heard that light was right. You heard that white was right. That light was right. You trying to move away from black, but people trying to get black so much they can't get away from white. Some people trying to get white so much they can't get away from black. It's okay. We gently move into a new place. We're not talking about you. We're not saying that your ways are bad or good. We're saying it's time to choose because we're being chosen to do something new. As you look at this symbol, This is the flower of life. Everything in creation that we know of actually has this molecular structure or this vibration, which is actually a vortex of energy in it. This is one of the oldest symbols. This is the oldest symbol they've ever seen. It's called the flower of life. And you're seeing a flat 2D version of it, and you're seeing the circular version. So it's like circles within circles. There is another version of it, which is the star tetrahedron, which is straight lines. Look up star tetrahedron. It's like the flower of life, but this is a feminine aspect of it, and there's a masculine aspect of it. And then sometimes you'll see the whole thing where it's feminine, masculine, all in one. This symbol creates balance just by looking at it. This symbol says everything's going to be all right to your system. And in the middle of this system, you see little seeds. There's 6 little seeds. This is the seed of life. If you're dealing with an illness right now, just stare at the symbol for a few minutes. All of us, let's do it together. Just stare at the symbol and breathe. And it begins to neutralize acids and energies and attitudes and all kinds of things. It calms us down just by peering and viewing on the flower of life. Let's do that right now and breathe. You feel that? Just from looking at this symbol. How could that happen? Because this is sacred geometry. A lot of us are ill because we are out of harmony. And by bringing our mindset, even our viewpoint into harmony, it changes our internal body because it says everything is okay just by looking. And what I'm doing, I'm purposely moving you to a healing place by allowing you to do these exercises. We did AEIOU earlier. And then we talked a little bit. We listened to some music that was tuned to 432, balancing the mindset. I showed you these cards, these things that help to balance. And I let you know that I was having them on the computer. You're feeling it coming from your computer. The feeling of all these things are actually balancing you. And now we're looking at the symbol of balance. Imagine you have this on your wall. This has been found on pyramid walls, on temples all over the world. This is one of the oldest symbols, and almost all cultures have it. It's called the flower of life. Some people call it the Merkaba. Merkaba. Yeah, go ahead and screenshot it and share it. Have it in your photos. You start tripping at work, break out your Merkaba. And also you'll see Dr. B's on there, and they'll show you some plants and natural solution. This is a natural solution. This is a natural solution to see the cycle, the circle within the circle, within circles, within circles, within circles, and we get to the seed. What is the seed all about? That's what we're planting in spring, is new seeds, new ideas. Are you ready to plant new seeds and new ideas? Are you ready to change your vibration for real? Are you ready to invest in yourself? Are you ready to expand your mind and say, for the first time, or maybe not the first time, I'm going to do something that can change my life? So here we are. It's a very special time. As some people are, here we go. We're saying it. It's a full moon tonight. Do you know tonight? Do you know what's happening with the moon tonight? Who knows what's happening with the moon tonight? The honeymoon. What is the honeymoon all about? You think the honeymoon is when you get married. Well, it is, but that has to do with Ethiopia. And they drank this honey wine under the honeymoon when they became evenly yoked or got married. Under the honeymoon. Now, I don't know when you're having your honeymoon in America, but there is a natural honeymoon. What happens when the sun goes behind the moon or the moon goes behind the sun? What do they call that? Hmm? That's what's happening tonight, just before the equinox. There's a procession that happens of energy that moves us into this place where we begin to have an eclipse between the sun in the sky, the moon, and the sun inside. This is when we find balance using light, using frequency, and sacred geometry. This is how you begin to infuse your life. Your blood right now is beginning to change. So those of you who are going through pain, going through discomfort, just breathe and just stay with us for a minute. Yeah, this is deep. What is a parasite? A parasite is an organism that lives in or on another organism called the host and obtains nutrients, life force, energy, and other benefits at the host expense. Parasites can cause harm to their host, leading to various diseases and infections. Examples of parasites include protozoa, malaria, helminths, tapeworms, and ectoparasites. Ectoparasites are ones that live on the outside of the body, on your skin. There's all kinds of them. Then there's endoparasites. They live inside the body. An ectoparasite could be your neighbor or your friend that's sucking energy from you. An ectoparasite could be the news and the government and the people who are trying to mess with your brain to get you to follow the leader like a sheep. They're sheep herders. Those are ectoparasites, parasites from outside of you who are controlling you, using you as the host. What is toxoplasma? Toxoplasmosis is an infection caused by a single-celled parasite called Toxoplasma gondii. It is the leading cause of death from foodborne illnesses in the United States. Actually, that is the world. The parasite can form cysts in the brain, which may disrupt neurotransmitter balance and cause inflammation. The parasite may produce toxins that can alter brain chemistry. Studies have shown a higher prevalence of toxoplasma antibodies in individuals with schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and obsessive compulsive disorder. Some of y'all say, well, I don't have that. You don't? You sure you don't have a little schizophrenia? You sure you don't have a little bipolar disorder? Some of your friends and family might tell you different. Some of us got bipolar, tripolar, pentapolar, quadrupolar, sexpolar, all over the place. And obsessive compulsive disorder. I don't have that. Well, you say that's somebody that keeps washing a dish over and over. They keep doing something and over and over. Well, a lot of us are doing something over and over and not getting any relief. We keep doing the same thing over and over and getting the same result. They call that insanity. Unclean. Insane, it means unclean mentally. Obsessive compulsive disorder is when we keep voting for something that we think is going to be good for us and it don't happen. You keep believing in something or somebody or some food or some material that's supposed to change your life and it doesn't. And we're in North America, a lot of us, I know some of y'all are not in North America, but in America, we got this issue with obsessive. We're obsessed with things and we're compulsive. All they got to do is tell you it's on sale and you got to get it now and you run. Disorder. Out of order, out of balance. What about schizophrenia? What is schizophrenia? Have y'all looked this up? Schizophrenia is a serious mental disorder in which people interpret reality abnormally. Let's stop. Schizophrenia is a serious mental disorder in which people interpret reality abnormally. Do you think that you believe in everything that you read in the paper and hear, even in religions and the news, that this stuff is normal? Throwing rocks at somebody because you think they're bad and throwing shade on people, you think that's normal? Being angry most of the time, being hurt and lonely, allowing yourself to get your heart broken or breaking your own heart, you think that is normal? Looking at every post, staring at your phone all day long, believing everything on the internet, you think that's normal? And then you think this stuff is real. And you can't turn it off because you're compulsive. Schizophrenia may result in some combination of hallucinations. How many of y'all be having hallucinations? What was that? Oh my God, somebody's after me. I think evil is out there. They're trying to hurt me. And nothing happened. That's your own mindset. Delusions. Oh my God, I'm going to get rich tomorrow. Oh, I'm going to take this one herb and it's going to heal me right now. I'm going to burn this sage and use this bowl and go to this session and it's going to heal me. It may help, but don't be delusional. You've got to do some work. And extremely disordered thinking. Do you think the way we are thinking today is ordered? Some people don't even know how to be in order with their own thoughts. They just go with the crowd. And the people who speak the loudest and say things enough, and if the post pops up 3-4 times, that's the truth. And you get all out of sorts. You got out of balance. That's extremely disordered behavior. Disordered thinking that impairs daily functioning and can be disabling. Do you realize that most of us in the world who are caught up in the mainstream are disabled? A lot of us could get a disability check. He used to call it a crazy check. People with schizophrenia require lifelong treatment. They treat you like you got this schizophrenia, like you cannot really understand reality. You can't interpret reality. That's how they got you away from taking herbs and natural substances in the beginning. There's a class that we're doing right now called Spice It Up. How many of you are in the class Spice It Up? You know, we got class number 3 is on Saturday. When you listen to the history of the spice business, the seasonings, the herbs in your cabinet, you know, you got herbs in your cabinet that are powerful medicines. You got herbs in your cabinet that could change your life, that you're sprinkling on your food. Did you know this? When you understand the spice trade and what happened and who took over the spice trade, when it became about money, when, you know, some of your things like cloves and nutmeg was worth more than gold at a point. People went to war and they fought to control this. It is abnormal for you not to realize that what's in your cabinet is medicine. You are delusional if you think that you got to run off to the health food store all the time and you got to run off to the emergency room and call the doctor and ask him what's going on. That is a type of delusion. And you ask the doctors, what have you cured? Ask the medicine, the people who are taking care of you, your doctor, what has he or she cured? What disease has been cured with modern medicine? Do y'all have this book, Legacy? Legacy. Y'all see it? Legacy. A Black physician reckons with racism in medicine. Now, I would have said it a little different. A Black female physician reckons with racism and sexism and religionism in medicine. I don't care if you're black, white, if you're gray and you're in the room, I would get this book. She breaks it down. When she starts talking about the Flexner report, do y'all know anything about the Flexner report? And why medicine is like it is and why they're not curing anything? And why it's all about pushing drugs, and treating symptoms and not getting down to the root? For you to believe in that, and for your parents and your grandparents to believe and to go along with these people who are always misdirecting you is a type of schizophrenia. Why? Because you interpret reality abnormally. When your grandmama and your great grandmama was out in the field picking stuff and growing things and they didn't have any food additives. They knew that the spices in the cabinet were medicines. Everybody knew that. The medicine cabinet and the spice cabinet were the same. Did you know this? Did you know that? So there's a class that we're doing on Saturday, and I would like all of you to be in this class. And the class is called Spice It Up. Saturday, March 15th, 2025, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Spice it up. Somebody's saying, well, Dr. B, what's the link? How do we get to it? You go to elevationtime.com. Go to elevationtime.com. Let's see. How can I give you elevationtime.com? Go to elevationtime.com. And on the front page, you'll see the class. You just go in and you just register. There's an investment. It's not that big of an investment, but there's 3 classes. This is class 3 happening this Saturday. And you can go back and watch the other classes too. The amount of information we're giving is amazing in this class. It shows you how we've gotten so far off the path, and we're delusional and we're bipolar, and what happened in medicine and in food to get us so far off of where we should be. Class 1, in the beginning, we talked about the spice trade. And when you hear about the gangsterism in the spice trade and what the pirates were all about, the pirates were not who you think they were. Then we get into some of the spices that we use that could be used as medicine. And then in class 2, guess what we get into? This whole thing about witches and what are witches and paganism. I'm going to just tell you this much. Do you know that the word pagan means country? Pagan people are country people. And it got to a point where you look at the Flexner report and the witch hunts, and you realize that they were trying to get rid of everybody who was connected to the earth, who was following the sun, the moon, the seasons, and the people that were connected to nature. People who use herbs and natural medicines, they made them your enemy. I even hear a lot of my natural friends talking about they involved in some paganism. Do you even know what paganism is? Shut up. Because you haven't gone and looked up the etymology of the word pagan. That's people of the earth, people of the land. There's some of y'all right now on here would be considered pagan. They become hunting you down back in the day because the Catholics wanted to control everything. So in class 2, we get into that. We talk about the witches and all that, what that meant. If you cooked too good back in those days and you was making porridges and soups, they would hang your ass out to dry. You had to eat bland food. What's the spice you're using in here? She's a witch. She's a witch. In Salem, Connecticut, or Salem, Massachusetts, they killed all the women in the town except one because they was using herbs and spices. That is a type of schizophrenia, and we all have a bit of it, and we're attempting to get that idea or that parasitic symptom because it is a symptom of parasites. Let's go back. Toxoplasma. Toxoplasma is a parasite that gets in the brain. And originally, it mates in the cat's body, only in domestic cats. That's where it mates. That's where it's born. Then it gets in the kitty litter, in the kitty poop. And that dust goes everywhere. That's why they tell you on the kitty litter package, they talk about toxoplasma and toxoplasmosis on the kitty litter bag. Read it. Because the cat has got toxic feces, which is why they tell a pregnant woman she cannot be around cats at all. It will disrupt the normal functioning of the baby's brain. Do you know about this? Some of y'all are midwives and old school mothers, and even your regular doctor would tell you no cats. Why? Because this parasite gets in the dust particles. Rats eat it and forget that they're rats. They think that they're friends with the cat and don't even run. It causes the rats to play in cat feces. It causes the cat to be attracted to cat urine. This is totally in opposition to what a mouse or a rat is all about. But once they get a little toxoplasma in their brain, they forget how to protect themselves. They forget how to be safe. They forget how to be what? Natural rats and mice. The rats and mice run off into the garden and they poop. And guess what? Now toxoplasma is in the plants. It's in the soil. Birds come over and they eat a little, poop. Or the birds eat, and the birds forget to be birds. Have you heard about these thousands and millions of birds flying in circles and they just drop out of the sky? Then it gets in the water where the fish forget where to go and how to be fish. Toxoplasma is everywhere, y'all. Don't let them fool you. Do not let them fool you. This is a serious issue, and it's the reason why we have so much schizophrenia and craziness and mental imbalances where people have forgotten how to be natural, and they even fight it. And people will fight you with this natural stuff. Even you taking herbs and stuff, you better just pray to Jesus. Well, Jesus was in the herbs too. So wasn't Buddha and Muhammad and who else? Krishna, Thoth, and all those people that they had to be in the herbs because that's all we had as medicine back then. Whew. Yeah, I get worked up on this because this is some deep stuff. That's all they had before the last 100 years or so. When you start studying the history of modern medicine and you start studying who was in control of it, the oil companies. That's what's wrong with us. A lot of people will, Dr. B, how did I get this? You was involved in a world of petrochemicals, even the plastics that they wrapped your food with. Plastic? We used to use wax paper back in the day. You go get some meat, they put it in this white paper. Now it's wrapped in plastic. Almost everything in your world is plastic. What would make you agree that plastic is good for you and plastic is okay? Toxoplasma. You've lost your mind. You don't know how to be natural. A lot of mothers don't know how to be mamas no more. Daddies don't know how to be daddies. A lot of folks have lost the natural sense, the lost sense of disgust. Look it up. It's called the lost sense of disgust. There's whole articles in psychology talking about this. People have forgotten what to be disgusted by. And you begin to agree that disgusting things are good. Look at your TV. Look at your movies. Look at the awards. Look at people's posts. Some of this stuff is disgusting. What you're wearing is disgusting. What's that on your head? What's that on your eyes? What are you wearing? Why are you out like this? Even people in natural medicine have forgot their lost sense of disgust. And you're trying to market your stuff and get people to look at you and buy your stuff by what? Shocking them. And it's all about this, what it looks like, the body, the label. It's got to be sparkling. It's got to be this. I got to be half naked to get people to like me so that they'll buy my stuff. Got to show your breast and your buttocks and your abs and your hair. It's got to be, straightened like the Caucasians or whatever. Not just the Caucasians. Don't get all upset now. I'm just saying that we, a lot of times, because of toxoplasma, have taken on some ways and some habits that are a symbol of the imbalance, the bipolarness, and us accepting things that are not natural. And we become obsessive, looking for beauty, trying to be as fine as we can, shooting plastic in your buttocks, in your breast. Men too. This ain't just women. Don't just be saying, yeah, them women. Men do this stuff too. Some of that stuff you men is rubbing on your skin, trying to have your muscles shine. What is that? So you can look all muscular. I'm going to leave this alone. Let's keep going. So a lot of people have schizophrenia because up to 70% of the people have toxoplasma, which is the brain or the mind control parasite, lives in the amygdala. It changes the way you feel about things. It changes your choices. So you got diabetes. You've been eating diabetes and acting and living in a way that caused diabetes and habits. Heart disease. This starts a long time ago. Why is heart disease one of the number one diseases? Because we're doing things against nature and your heart isn't in it. Your body knows something's wrong because your body never lies. We got a class called The Body Never Lies. ElevationTime.com. Go take the course. The body never lies. It's all about kinesiology and how to get a yes or a no answer about anything. Never mind, all the other stuff that you can do. You can use this natural muscle testing technique called kinesiology to get a yes or a no about anything. I taught the course. It's online right now at Elevation. You can go to college at ElevationTime.com. A lot of information we're giving out. But what we're saying is if we have toxoplasma, which they say 70% of the people have, you realize why people are voting the way they are. They're in fear. They believe everything. They're ready to take the shot. They're ready to take they don't care that there's some cobra venom in these shots. Did you know that? How many of y'all knew that about the cobra venom? And I think it's the Gila monster, one of them other lizards. What's with this lizard medicine and mercury that's in the shots? And it affects people that are black and brown more than anybody else because the melanin in our system holds on to these chemicals. It holds on to the vibration of sugar. Some of us can't get off sugar. I was hooked on sugars for a long time. I'm talking about white processed sugar, brown sugar, toxic. These are related to cocaine. Sugar cane is related to cocaine. The molecules are very closely related. What would make you do all these things and harm yourself and always do self-harm to you and your family and not even think about it and think it's normal? Toxoplasma. We have what's called the virus of the mind. Really good book, Virus of the Mind by Richard Brody. It talks about the memes. Memes are socially accepted ideas, habits, and ways. Memes, socially accepted ideas, habits, and ways that you act out. A meme or a mime. It becomes a virus. And you believe it because they keep producing pictures and symbols on the television. And there's things that are in your subconscious that you're seeing constantly, all day long. And all of a sudden it becomes a part of your field. You take it into your auric field. It rips your aura open. It rips yourself open. It rips your own ideas out of your head. And now you begin to believe everything the rest of the sheep believe in. Even if it's bad. Yeah, somebody said, whoa, venom. Yes. Look it up. Please just do your own research. Some of these shots, go to their website and look it up. Right there, it states, and it's going to say a name. You're going to see a long name. Go look up what that is. Don't get lazy. It didn't say anything about venom. You need to go see what that means. The word that you just saw with all these letters, beginning with numbers and ending with X's and all that weirdness, or beginning with an X and ending with a number. What is that? Then you find it's cobra venom. What? You may have been taking this stuff since you was a child because they've been giving people vaccines forever, talking about it gets rid of illness. Well, what we shouldn't be sick at all. They giving folks, 50, 60, 70 different shots now before you are an adult. Then when you was an adult, you got to keep taking stuff. Get the flu shot. Why? The flu should be gone. Flu gets worse every year because you keep taking it every year. You took the chicken pox vaccine. Yes, you probably did. Guess what? Chicken pox comes from chickens. Did they tell you to stop eating chicken and sucking on chicken bones and boiling up chickens? I'm not talking about natural wildfowl, real birds. We're talking about domesticated, white, dumb chickens. Look at the look in their eyes. They look stupid. You talk to people. Talk to me. I got a problem. The doctor said I have. You got chicken-ears disease, also known as Evian. What does the word Evian even mean? Did y'all look up the word Evian? The bird flu. It's new. It's been around forever. Only chickens had chicken pox, which was diseases in chickens. And wild birds didn't have it. Only domesticated birds kept in a cage. No, I eat range-free chicken. Do you know what a range-free chicken is? You have any idea? You really believe in that? Oh my God. It's a free-range chicken. He's free to range around the little area they set up for him and eat poop and maggots. You know that those chickens eat maggots. You know that. You just don't want to hear it. Take a piece of chicken and put it in some Tupperware. Get you a raw piece of chicken, put it in some Tupperware. Put it in the sun. 7 days later, that Tupperware is full of maggots. Where'd they come from? Flies didn't land and lay those maggot eggs. They was in the chicken. Look up maggot farmer. Look up maggot farmers. For you chicken heads out there, go look up maggot farmer. I'm not telling you don't eat meat. I just would be very careful of some of these meats that's eating you. Maggot farmers. And then you'll understand what the term maggot brain is all about. Funkadelic's first album, Maggot Brain. What was he talking about? What were they talking about? And chicken places is everywhere. Especially down here in the South, it's a chicken place. There's more chicken places than churches now. Then they got Church's Chicken. I think that's on the West Coast. Church's Chicken. And guess what? After church, guess what they go eat? Church's Chicken. Why? Because the virus of the mind, right? The meme says that, wow, church, this is good for the church. This is Church's Chicken. You know, chicken ain't too smart. His eyes is too close together, so it ain't too much brain in there. They don't even know when to come out in and out of the rain. And you wonder why we're chicken-headed and we act like this and why we got so many diseases. This is why we got the cleanse. I didn't really eat the chicken. I just ate the soup around the chicken. I ate the broth. You don't think that you got some of the chicken maggots and the chicken toxins in your body? We all got it. And even though you're a vegan now, and oh boy, you're a raw foodist, you've been doing this for so many years, you work out, I take herbs, Dr. B, I take Golden Seal, and I take a lot of herbs, and I make smoothies all the time. You ate this shit growing up, and it's still in your body, in your bones. It's what you was made of. Now, of course, in 7 years, you do have a whole new body, even your bones repair themselves, but we still have the energy in the auric field, because chickens got auras too. Shrimps got auras. Lobsters got auras. Vegetables and fruits, they all got auras. An energy field, a life force energy field that looks a lot like the flower of life coming out of everything. The only thing is the man-made stuff, the stuff that's been manipulated and cloned and grafted. The energy field is erratic. And when you eat it, it causes your energy field to become erratic, because whatever you put in your field of energy, it changes you. So you become it and you make a new energy, which they cause disease. But a lot of the agreements that we have got to do with the virus of the mind, the meme. If you ever went to seen factory farming, this will blow your mind. What? What do they do? What happens in here? Why is there armed guards outside and laser wire fence? Is it laser wire? Is that what they call it? If it's not, that's what I'm gonna call it. Laser wire. Is it razor wire? Why is it all hidden? Why are these places where they, deal with these animals and kill them and torture them? Why is it all hidden? And we just go along with it. It's good chicken. It's good shrimp. This is good shrimp. This is Shrimp Haven. This is Krabby Shack's, haven on the beach. Biological warfare. That's what this is about, y'all. Now we're getting down to it right now. We're about to get to every disease. So if those of you who are dealing with illness, I'm going to show you how to get your body to get in a healing vibration to what? Begin to harmonize from dis-ease. All of them. Biological warfare. Microorganisms like virus, bacteria, parasites, fungi, protozoa, or toxins produced by them that give rise to diseases in man, animals, or plants when deliberately dispersed in an area to create illness or cause death. These are called bioweapons. 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 They have certain bioweapons that are considered superbugs. Some of them are parasites created by man. Why would they do it? To take control and destroy groups of people. They even have ethno-specific parasites. Y'all know about this? The ethno-specific parasites? Look them up. Dr. B, you're getting too deep now. You're exaggerating. I'm telling you what I've went and studied, so you go do a little work. What the heck is an ethno-specific parasite or bacteria? They're called bioweapons. And they drop this stuff on certain groups of people to take their land, to take their art, to take their natural resources. Biological warfare. They created microorganisms, y'all, viruses, bacteria, parasites, fungi, protozoa, and toxins. They give rise to disease in man, animals, or plants. They done put stuff in some of these plants. Some of them plants that you eat don't even grow naturally. I was at the farm with Brother Eugene over at Grow Where You Are, and he said something profound. I never even thought about this. And when he said this, Brother Rich and I just freaked out. He said that most of the commercially available food, vegetables, will only grow in soil that's been made by man-made soil. I said, what are you talking about? He says, if you took those plants out of that soil, which is created by drugs, petrocarbons, and all these chemicals, and, you know, fluoride is one of the byproducts of what they call what you use to give nutrients to your plants. Those plants, if you put them in natural soil, they die because the plants are on drugs. What? The plants are on drugs? Yes, and they're hooked on them. The fertilizers are made from petrochemicals, and check this out. A lot of the fertilizers are made from bombs, the chemicals in bombs that they want to change out. They take the bombs, they take all the stuff out of them. Yes, bombs that they use to drop on people. They got new ones. They got a sell-by date, and it's old. So just like on your food, they got an old date. You're supposed to throw it out. The same thing with weapons. They take the weapons, take all of the explosives out of them, and create fertilizers. Some of y'all say, well, Dr. B, come on now. Go get the documentary called The Great Culling Water. The Great Culling Water. You can find it on somebody's tube. The Great Culling Water. Get ready for your mind to be blown. The first 3 minutes. And you need to know about this so you know how to negotiate around it. I'm not trying to create fear here. I'm saying you need to know how to negotiate your ship, your vehicle as the CEO, as the captain of your ship. You need to know what's going on so that you can steer yourself out of it, and also how to cleanse this stuff out of your body. Fluoride is one of the most toxic things on the planet. And it's a byproduct of fertilizer. And these plants that they're growing now, even some of them they call organic, are growing in soil that's made from chemicals, from oil, petrocarbons, plastics. Organic is going to be a lot better because there's only like 72 chemicals you can have in an organic vegetable. But going to a farmer's market where they just picked it is going to be much better. Growing your stuff yourself It's going to be much better. Now, we can't live in a world where we're not around some of this stuff. You're going to eat some. You can't be 100%. So you detox. This is why you detox, but not just your colon and your digestive tract, your entire body, because the product is systemic. They've been creating bioweapons to control people, to control society as a part of social engineering. They've been using this stuff on people to dumb them down for a long time. You talking about we're worried about the chemtrails. The chemtrails ain't nothing compared to what's in your water. And what's in them clothes you wearing is made out of polyester and whatever else that you choosing. And all the plastics that we're agreeing to all day, there's microplastics in everything, even in sperm and in, your saliva. Now we can turn all this off. There's a way to change the frequency so that it's not damaging. That's what I'm telling you. There's a way to change the frequencies of your body. Yes, they tried to do a lot of stuff, but if we focus on only what they tried to do, we could never get to the solution. We're about to give you the solutions to issues that's in your tissues. Everybody, I don't care who you are, you're living on this planet, you got some of this. Unless you live way out in the rainforest. Some people way out in the Sudan, and some folks live out in the middle of the outback and way really in the country. They may not have some of this, but we do, living in these cities. So we're not going to run. We're going to change our frequency. And when you change your frequency, all of a sudden this stuff begins to spin off. So we don't want to just harp on what they did. What can you do? Keep in mind your pets are zoonotic and they transport. That's what a zoonotic thing is, something that normally would be in a zoo, but you got it in the house, and your house probably a zoo. Some of y'all know your house is like a zoo, and you up in there animal-like too. I don't want to go there. I'll leave that alone. Animals pass parasites to humans. Toxoplasma comes originally from cats, but it ended up in people and animals and the feedlots and the cows, the chickens, the pigs, and it's in the ocean. It's in the water. It's everywhere. It's a bioweapon. The only thing about the toxoplasma bioweapon, it wasn't made by man. It was made by these beings that came to the earth 6,000 years ago. And they needed to control this quadrant of space and make us into slaves. We output energy. They eat energy that is disagreeable. Anger, fear, pain, sadness, loneliness. All the disagreeable feelings is what they collect, and they suck it up. They call them the soul catchers. They live on the other side of the moon. We're going to get deep into them one day. This is real. This is who's controlling all this. And that's why you see all this craziness going on, because the more we get unsettled and the more stress we have, the more food we emit into the environment, and these beings suck it up. That is their food. You follow me now? Excuse me. Dogs, they got a parasite. They got many parasites, but one of them is the heartworm. Do you know how the heartworm affects us? Almost all dogs have it. That's why you got to take your dog to the vet. And while you're there, you might as well lay on that table to take off all your clothes, just like that dog. Don't worry, sometime to calm the dog down, they put that little thing over that muzzle over their mouth and let them breathe in a little cannabis. You know, cannabis is legal for animals. It's the way they lie down. They be on the table. He's high. Otherwise, the dog ain't going to just lay on that table. But the vets give him something to calm him down. Some of y'all need something to calm you down too, but you better find some real weed. Because a lot of this weed is now a bioweapon. Yes, you know about it. Grow your own. Or get with the rosters or somebody that grows something organic so you know what it is. Soul catcher. They're the soul catchers. You'll find very little information on this on Google, so don't be like trying to Google everything. You got to go deep. There's books about this, about these beings that came around 6,000 years ago, and they began to take over society and use us and our energy as slaves. Okay? And some of us have become soul catchers. We work for them. We're governments. We're part of the governing part. We've become agents of the soul catchers. I can tell by the way some people act. And they worried about, their ego too much and what's going to happen to me. And they worried about the money. It's going to cost too much. No, it's going to cost too much for you not to spend some to invest some money now in yourself in this special spring season, because there's never been a spring like this before. There's never been so much tension in the air and so much drama and so much turmoil. Why is it? The reason why it's so much turmoil right now, because all of this opposition is to get you from waking up, to keep you or to cause you to test yourself to rise above it all. That's what this spring is about. That's why I'm giving you this information now so that you can use it to what? Cleanse yourself, detoxify yourself, reset yourself this spring. This is one of the most important spring that you'll ever be involved with. The spring of 2025 and the spring of 2026 and the spring of 2027 is when everything has changed. The poles will flip. There will be a polar flip. It's happening now. That's what you're seeing. Just like you're saying the politics are flipping, the politics, the poles are flipping. The mothership. What's this mothership? Ain't that a song? Swing down, sweet chariot, stop and let me ride. Some of y'all know that from, George Clinton when he got off the mothership and they had you coming flying in UFOs and all that stuff. That stuff is deep. But did you know that there's a mothership inside every one of you? It's a parasite called the mothership. It's right in the center of this picture. It flies through the lymphatic fluids of the body. Underneath, it has like these egg packets that it drops. It'll lay like 5,000 eggs a day. Some of these little beings you see here are what it lays. And some of them, the ones at the bottom I hear, are the pilots. It's a ship. It's a biological spaceship, an inner spaceship. If you grew up in America or in North America, if you grew up under the rule of the empire, then most likely you have this parasite. You can get rid of it, but it's going to come back because it's in the environment. It's part of biological warfare. This is called the mothership. I'm going to go through these quickly. These are protozoas. The one right in the middle is a blood-sucking protozoa. It drinks blood. It's a vampire. It's the vamp. This is a parasite cyst. These are parasites on the outside, and here in the bottom, this is a cyst. It's a container. It's a house. It's a hotel. And when you put your food on the stove because you feel like you're going to try to cook the parasites out of the food, they all swim inside. The little doorway is on the right, that little orifice. They swim inside, and they got here, look, they can run. They got tracks. They got hotels. They got bathrooms. They got the corner store. It's a whole environment. They can live in here for a very long time, closed up. And this thing is impervious to heat. It can withstand up to 1,500 degrees. Certain parasites make a cyst that can withstand 1,500 degrees. Diabetes, heart disease, inflammation, craziness, foolishness, hard-headedness. It's all because we're being eaten alive by parasites. And we're part of it. So let's stop blaming and say they did it, because this is natural to be tested. Only the best are going to make it. These are verms. Verms are worms. Verms is what they call them in Germany. Verms are worms. Parasites are worms. This one is really deep. Now, they say this one definitely couldn't be from the earth. This is what I hear. That's what the scientist told me. At the right side, it has a mouth. It's always open. It's always hungry. You go down a little place, and in the middle, it's got a little circle. That's the vagina. Huh? Yeah. Why is his mouth so close to his vagina? I don't know. We better leave that alone. But you go just below the vagina, it's got this other thing. What is that? It's the penis. Huh? Yes. It don't need no mate. It ain't waiting to go out on a date. It don't need no ring. It gets busy with itself and duplicates itself. And this picture is cut off and you can't see the bottom of it and the tentacles at the other side. This is the monsters you see in a lot of those horror movies. A lot of these parasites is what spawned the ideas in horror movies. This thing is home alone, making more of itself. Its name is Schistosomal mansoi sonai. It lives in the fecal, right? Fecal. This is what I surmise. It's not exact. Now, don't go to your scientists and tell them I said this, but this is what it sounds like. Schisto, the shit, so. Soma, sleep, make you feel good. Soma is something that keeps you, you're rested, you're relaxed. You're in shit, but you're asleep. And the man is the one that has it. Man and women. We're talking about people, human beings. This one is deep. Look it up for yourself. Don't just believe Dr. B. You better write some of this down, screenshot some of this, and look it up. Do your own research. Wanted dead or alive, the hookworm. This is where Dracula come from. Who's got hookworms? Most people don't realize why they're so iron deficient. They may just have the hookworm, and that protozoa that I told you earlier is the blood-sucking protozoa. This is the root of almost every disease. These parasites, bacteria, fungi, viruses, and things that we think, emotions that we have, places that we end up with, people that we end up with. And you pass this from person to person, just like the zoonotic parasites, because a lot of this stuff came from animals. We weren't hanging out with animals, living with animals, sleeping with animals like we are now back in the day. The animals was outside. But you love your dog. Some of y'all got your dog in there in your bed right now. That's up to you. I'm not telling you don't do it. I'm just saying you need to realize that you and the dog need to go to the vet and lay out naked and get your stuff cleaned out. Yeah, I'm a little wild. What is this purple water? This is called waste pools around the feedlots or the factory farming. Where does the waste go? You know how much poop? Thousands, and they got I think is the number, I think it might be something like 80 cows for every human. It's how many? They say there's, I don't know how they know this, but they say there's 8 billion people on the planet. So how many cows are there? Do a little math. How many pigs are there? How many chickens are there? Where's their waste going? It's not natural for them to live all in one area. Even if they were natural animals, they live out in the forest, and their forest would be fertilizer. I mean, their poop and their peep would be fertilizer. They can't get rid of this stuff. So it seeps into the water tables. Sometimes it seeps out into the tributaries, and the rivers and the streams, especially in places like North and South Carolina, where they got so many pig farms and chicken farms in the Chesapeake Bay, and out in California, Northern California, where do you think their waste goes? Out to the ocean. So they got dead zones in almost all the beaches in America. Look up red tide. Look up brown tide. Y'all figure, you ready to do a little research? Yeah, you want to know where your tumors and your growths are coming from and your cancer? We got to get to the root of it, not just treat the symptoms. Dr. B, you got a herb for this. First, you need to realize where this is coming from so that you can protect yourself and seal up your auric field and move away from some of these habits and ways that are causing you to toxify yourself. Toxify yourself. There needs to be a t-shirt. No longer toxify yourself. Look at all the pigs that just went up in here in the right. Those are pigs in the water, pooping and peeping in this water. Where does that water go? It ends up in the water table. It sinks into the soil. It gets into the rivers. Yeah, this is nasty. Cryptosporidium. What is Cryptosporidium and Giardia lambia? This comes from the waste hills or the poop hills or the cow patty mounds that are like in the Northwest and out where they have lots of cows in the West. The cow patties, they just pile them up. There's whole hills of cow poop that won't break down and go to the soil. So Cryptosporidium and Giardia lambia are parasites that are created from the toxic waste pileup of these farm animals, because the farm animals don't have a natural digestive tract. They don't have the natural bacteria like, natural animals do. These are grafted, created hybridized, crossbred animals. That's why they don't run away. Where are they going to go? They can't take care of themselves out in nature. They need a farmer to take care of them. A lot of these things you're eating now, they couldn't live in nature. It's different if you go out and shoot an animal and learn how to skin it, and it's natural and it could run away. Now, if you're going to eat some meat, that would be the best meat to eat if you're eating animals and flesh. Go catch it. Go skin it. It's better spiritually, energetically, and it's more of a respectable thing. Because the only animals that are going to get shot are the ones that are basically almost offering you them. Yeah, it's really interesting how hunters work. We were hunters and gatherers, and we didn't just kill stuff indiscriminately and throw it on a piece of what you call a styrofoam. What the heck is styrofoam? The plastic specialist told me that styrofoam is when you take formaldehyde and put it on plastic, and it foams up, and then you can shape it. Huh? Formaldehyde. They hiding that from you. And you throw that piece of meat on there and put that red dye on it so that you think that it's nice and fresh because it's got a little blood on it. Blood turns brown the minute it touches the air. What is that on that meat packing? You ate it. I haven't done it in years, Dr. B, but you ate it back in the day. So we still got to keep flushing that stuff out of our system every time the seasons change. And the spring is the best time to detoxify from all this stuff. So this is just showing you some of the ways toxoplasma is inducted into the body, how it gets into the soil, gets into rats and cats and pigs and sheep, how it's in water, it's in plants, it's all over the world now. Toxoplasma is one of the #1 diseases in the world because it causes what? Mental imbalance. This is what makes people crazy. This is why people have lost their minds and will do some stupid stuff that you wouldn't do 20, 30 years ago, but you do it now because everybody's doing it. We accept it. So it's become what? A meme. Socially accepted idea. Somebody said moderation is the key. That's somebody right there that let you know. I'm just going to eat a little bit of it. I'm going to have just a little bit of a hag hog. What is a hag hog? We had hag hogs this weekend. You come on by, Jimmy. We having hag hogs. What is hag hogs? Well, they call them hog mugs. What is a hog mug? I'm not saying don't eat it. Yeah, moderation is the key. Cleansing and detoxification is the key. Eat these foods, have fun, enjoy yourself. But you have to detoxify, and not just a colon cleanse, not just a colonic. Those things are helpful. The most serious toxins are throughout your body. They're called systemic parasites. They're in your tissue. The issue is in your tissue. And I'm going to deal with this, and we're going to move on to the actual solutions. Fisteria. This is because this thing is in water, causes hysteria. A genius of dinoflagellates. That's a deep one. Dinoflagellates. That's why you dinoflagellate. Call somebody that and cuss them out. They'd be like, what did he say? What did he say? Including one, Fisteria piscicata, found in the waters, especially along the middle southern Atlantic coast of the United States, that produces a toxin which causes skin lesions in fish, that feeds upon the lesions, sometimes causing large fish die-offs, and may cause symptoms as skin lesions and memory loss in humans exposed to the toxin. Fisteria is caused by sewage or chemical spills, red or brown tides, infections, and other environmental changes. What? Y'all know about this? Y'all know about Fisteria? Look it up. I got to take a little herbs because y'all get me, you get me worked up. Whew. take a little Shilajit so I can get my energy together. Shilajit at elevationtime.com. Oh, somebody said, what is your discount code? Oh, wait a minute. We do have a discount code for all the products. Let me put it up right now. Uh-oh, that's not it. Thank you, whoever put that in there. The discount code for this weekend only is Spring Up. Because we do have the solutions to help eradicate this at elevation.com, elevationtime.com. Spring Up. Save. This is the discount code, Spring Up, for 15% off of all of $99 or more. Good until Sunday at midnight at elevationtime.com. So I'm taking right now Shilajit Complete. Some of you know about Shilajit. This is an amazing substance. Comes from the earth. This is the best type of Shilajit that we found. You have to get a pure, complete Shilajit. Most of it is not that great because they use Shilajit to detoxify soil and then they sell it to the Americans over in India. Not all of it. You got to get it's got to be tested. This one is tested. We created our own. And it is also in Platinum Life Elixir. The Platinum Life Elixir has not only the Shilajit, but it has humic acid, fulvic acid. And I'm going to get deep into that in a little while. But I'm just let you know what things I'm taking. I'm going to take a little Heaven on Earth to calm my nerves because this stuff, I start sweating, I get upset, and my nerves get off. Heaven on Earth is going to balance your nervous system. So you're going to take all this with a grain of salt and start looking for the solution. That's why we call our company Natural Solutions. Take a little focus so my mind can be clear because I've been on for some time. I've said some things that have upset my own self. Let me seal up my aura. Oh, yeah. Okay, Dr. B. We're almost there, y'all. So as you begin to study, you realize that almost all the diseases that we have, the major diseases, are coming from the same thing. So a lot of times we're talking about what can I take for this illness? First, we have to clean up your environment. We got to seal up your aura. You've got to eat foods that are more wholesome. Go to the farmer's market. You've got to drink water that is more structured. That's the start of everything. And clean up your environment in your home. Okay? Yeah. Somebody said, Dr. B, let me put this up. Somebody said, Dr. B, on Carl Nelson, you said that chicken pox is herpes. It is. Look it up. Chicken pox is herpes. Herpes is chicken pox. You think you caught this from somebody. You caught it from that chicken spot. You love them chickens. Can you talk about how to remove chicken pox? I'll talk about that in just a little while. Pfiesteria causes memory loss. This is another mind control parasite. It lives in the toxic water, in the water, what they call it. See, these areas where they have all these nutrients from these farms, from all these toxic nutrients from their waste, it causes something called nutrient loading. Too much nutrients in the water, in the soil, in the environment. Pfiesteria comes along. It's nature's way of trying to break down these toxins. But when it gets in the water, it attacks fish. And it eats little holes or lesions in the fish. And it feeds off those lesions, but it causes the fish to forget it's a fish. So many years ago, they still find this from time to time. The fishermen were in boats along the east coast of America, just the boats just going around and around in the water. Fishermen, just the boats just wandering. So the Coast Guard, they get on the boats and find out that the people, the captain, they all have these little holes eaten into their bellies. The tissue was missing about the size of a quarter. They took tissue samples and found out it was Pfiesteria. The people on the boats forgot who they were. It caused memory loss. That's how it works. It causes the animal or the thing that it gets on to forget what it is so it can digest it. You don't run. You don't run from the enemy because you don't remember what the enemy is. It's in you. Now, along the bottom of this page, follow me now. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 pictures. Do you know that is all the same thing? That's all Pfiesteria. It is so intelligent that it tries to not be detected. So when you look in the microscope, y'all please go study this. When you look in the microscope, you might see the first one, the first image you see. You look away, you know what I'm saying? Go get some soda, some drink, and come back. And you look, and all of a sudden, the thing under the microscope has changed. The first one looks kind of like a star or a star fire. The second one looks like some kind of burger with cheese around it and mustard running out of it because you went to lunch. It changes based on what you expect to see. The fourth one, the third one, and the fourth. This is the one. Do y'all see the last one? It looks like a person from above, possibly smoking a pipe and blowing smoke, maybe vapes. It's from the top looking down. Do you see that? It looks like a person, like a cartoon with big cheeks. What? When I saw this, I was done. Because, I go to these places, I break out crying, I fall out in the ground. That's just, man, this is why we was born in sin. We was born in hell. But guess what? There is a way to create heaven on earth. And we asked to be here. We asked for these challenges. This is what masters do. They come into hell and create heaven. They might be in chaos, but they know how to create order out of chaos. When you're the bomb, you can do this. We can all do this. We just have to realize what we're in and what happened here and how nature, along with man and along with poisons and natural things, are actually testing us. Some people say, this is my last time here. You get to say that? You're pretty good. How you know? You might have been here before. And there's many years. There's over, they now know that there's at least 11 Earths. Did you know that? Yeah, that's a whole nother subject. Hang with us. Come to some of our live events, and we're going to talk about that. We're going to have a special live event coming up soon, and it's going to be a private event that we're going to get real deep, and I'll tell you some things that's really liberating. You think it's bad here. No, it's worse other places because you could decide to go somewhere else and carry your same bullshit with you and your same mindset. You got to deal with this. This is a grade school. You got to come out here with high grades by, first of all, realizing where you are, what's out there. If you know the water got sharks in it, then don't go in the water. If you know the water got Pfiesteria in it, don't go in it. You at the beach with your little bathing suit on, bathing suits getting smaller and smaller, swimming. And it's got Pfiesteria. You worried about sharks? At least I can see the shark fin coming. I can't see Pfiesteria coming. And I can't even remember to get out the water when it's eating me because I've lost my mind. Then you go home trying to figure out who you are. You don't even know who you are anymore. You've lost your consciousness. Then you're just easy to be driven. You're easy to be controlled by the shepherds because you got all these toxins and poisons and parasites in you that are controlling your mind. Wow. Is this good or is this good? This could be overwhelming. You know what I'm saying? So let's move on to what we can do. Symptoms of parasites. Just so that you know that you got them, because most folks, I don't have them. I don't have none, Dr. B. I took a good cleanse. I took something from the store, was over at Half Foods, and I took it. It was when you was checking out, it said right there, Para-Off, kills parasites. And I bought some of that. Now I'm good. Really. Some of that stuff is just going to feed the superbugs. Symptoms of parasites: low energy, depression, anger, negative thinking, cancer, virus, colds, flus, and allergies, loss of appetite, loss of taste and smell, heart disease, high blood pressure, diabetes, menstrual problems, vaginal infections, sexual dysfunction, over and underweight, drooling while sleeping, itchy ears, nose, anus, and body, grinding the teeth, gas and bloating, chronic fatigue syndrome. That's when you're always tired, always burnt out, always complaining, always got pain in the joints, chronic fatigue. Again, I keep thinking I take that one out, but I don't. Well, that's chronic fatigue. The other one is a syndrome. Maybe they're different. Insomnia, depression, bipolar, tripolar, pentapolar, superpolar, quantum polar. People be flipping their minds, flip all the time. All of us. I had a little tripolar yesterday. I lost my mind for about 3 hours. Then I remembered. And I took my herbs. Food cravings, drug cravings, rash, pimples, things floating by the eyes. How many of you have looked up at the sky lately or looked at a white wall and see those little things floating? Now, there's the little dots. Those are different. Those are like little, broken cells and things in your eye, in the liquid of your eye. But there's these other ones. They're little squiggly lines, like little hairs, and look like little worms or little snakes. And if you watch, they're conscious. They're navigating. The tail is moving. They're swimming in your eye. Oh, shucka-shooters. What is that? They say that's parasites in your eyes. If you got parasites in your eyes called floaters, that means they're throughout your body. Now, you tell me how your colon cleanse and your herbs that get rid of the colon parasites are going to help your eye. I got rid of all my parasites. You did? You got to change the frequency of every organ of the body to deal with these things. Epilepsy. A lot of people have parasites in their heads. They have epilepsy. And some folks are having fits all the time about everything. That's a type of mild epilepsy. Liver, kidney, spleen problems. Chronic hunger. Unclear vision, mental imbalances. Why is unclear vision with mental imbalances? Because a lot of our visions are unclear. A lot of us have lost the art of creativity because we have been taken over by alien beings. Oh, no, some of us have become alien beings. We've become creatures and trying to survive, eating each other. Dog eat dog. Dogs don't even eat each other. This whole thing about dog eat dog. What about human eat human? We eat each other. America eats its young, not just America, a lot of the Western world and some of the other world too. Folks are just fighting for survival. The things we do to countries and then blame them for it. Look how they're living. Look how they're walking around naked. They might be healthier than you with all your clothes on. The emperor wears no clothes, but he think he got clothes on. You're naked. We can see through you. But it's not just them, and it's not just blame. It's us. Talk about they not like us. Well, who's us and who's they? Because they live in us. Have y'all seen the movie They Live? Go watch the old movie from the 70s called They Live. It is so close to reality. They Live. Go check it out. Okay, Dr. B, I'm about tired of all this now. What can I do? What can I do? It's time to detox. Intracellular detox. An organ detox. One that goes deep. So we created in the late 1996, after I had an experience in the Bermuda Triangle, I was given and downloaded information. And it was different information. I was already an herbalist, but I was given this information about parasites and how these things were actually the biggest issue we had on the planet. Because there's more parasites than there is anything else. This is actually their planet. We came here later. Okay? So out of that situation, I realized that there were systemic parasites. Systemic parasites are parasites that live throughout the body. So you can't take something that just treats the digestive tract. So there's things like you could use wormwood, which actually is Chinese wormwood, which is not, or sweet wormwood, which is a totally different wormwood than most people use. Sage, that's why they put sage in sausage to try to kill the eggs of the parasites that live in the worms that's in the pig. Pigs have like one drop of pig juice has trillions of trichinous worms in it. Trillions. They can't even count them. They just say a lot. More than you could count. You see? So what was I going to say? Come back, Dr. B. Come back, Dr. B. I got to take my focus. Take my focus because it's getting late. We're almost done, y'all. Where's my focus? When you stop getting your focus on, you need to take a few drops of focus. So parasites live throughout the body. If you take wormwood, you take cloves, green black walnut hulls, diatomaceous earth, papaya seeds, sunflower seeds. Not sunflower seeds, pumpkin seeds. They're all really good for parasites in the digestive tract. They're excellent. But the systemic parasites live throughout the body. And those herbs and the vibration of them does not reach the rest of the body for the most part. You've got to do something that changes the frequency of the entire body. You've got to change the frequency of the blood. You've got to change the frequency of every organ and seal up the auric field of every organ and you. You can't do it with herbs alone. Now, this does have a lot of herbs. There's over 100 herbs and things in this program. But you also are going to need light energy, as I showed you earlier. You're going to need sounds. We put sound frequency, flower essences. If you have studied, there's flower essences, which are different than essential oils. But there's also essential oils. There's magnetic resonance and frequencies that we've put into these products. I don't know of anybody else that's doing anything like this. This is the leading edge. And in order to really detoxify from systemic parasites, you're going to need something for the liver. So in here, you get a liver powder. That helps to bring the harmony to the liver, the kidneys, the spleen, and the pancreas, which technically are all one organ. You know, we think they're separate organs in modern medicine, and based on, you know, the whole mindset of the way they separate everything, they think they're separate. They're one organ. It's one frequency. They all work together as one. They're part of a unit. So the liver powder is to help bring those organs into alignment and to help to detoxify them. Then you get 2 bottles of the Quantum Paracleanse. The Quantum Paracleanse is not what necessarily kills the parasites. Some people say, why can't I just buy that? Because they want to save money. Because that is only a part of a program. Because with parasites, they're very intelligent. These are the most intelligent things on the planet. They're 2.5 billion years old. They've been here longer than us. They're survivalists. They know how to hide. They know you're trying to kill them. So you got to step up. You got to sequence. And what we have to do is hunt these parasites. It's a very specific way to take this program. And it comes with a booklet that tells you exactly how to take it. So the 2 bottles of Quantum Paracleanse are very powerful anti-parasite herbs, but they're also balancers and harmonizers, and they are what you call tonics. But you also have to put the right minerals and vitamins in the body. So there's something called New Life. You can't just cleanse and not put nutrition back in the body immediately. So New Life is like pure nutrition and a blood detoxifier, but it also feeds the blood. At the same time, you have to be cleansing the colon. So we're taking New Life, which is helping to beef the body up and to give you nutrition. The colon is causing peristalsis. I mean, this product called Laxease is causing peristalsis, where it's gently moving the toxicity out of the body. Peristalsis is the muscle movement of the colon. It's a rhythm. A lot of times, you know, us in America, a lot of us are, we're backed up, as my father used to say. Even when you go to the bathroom every day, still there's a lot of waste in people. Some people carry 10, 20, 30 pounds of waste and don't even realize it. Even skinny people. No, I'm slim. I don't have no waste. All right. Let your ego rule your life. That's all right. There's waste in your blood and your bile. There's waste in all organs hiding. So the Laxease is a mild colon cleanser. It's not going to have you run into the bathroom and cramping and griping and can't even make it to the bathroom sometime. It's mild, but it's very effective. Then you get something for the women called Sacred Womb. Sacred Womb helps to harmonize, organize, and balance the unique hormones of a woman. Males get something called Timeless Man. Now, originally, Timeless Man, men would take it and call it Herbal Viagra because it would get their lightning bolt working, to get their mojo back. It's not meant to do that, but it could. But it's really just there to balance the hormones and also to help clean out the prostate. The prostate holds a lot of toxins, but also in women, the womb, the uterus holds lots of toxins because those two organs sit at the lowest point. So gravity pulls all these toxins and heavy metals and chemicals down to the lowest point. So men get the male program. It has Timeless Man. The female program has what? Sacred Womb. One more place we got to cover, the mouth. Parasites run to the place where the cleanse is not. They're going to go to your mouth. You got parasites in your mouth anyway. That's the bad breath. When you wake up in the morning, that breath be terrible because parasites been in there partying. They done played music. They've been dancing on the floor. They got a parasite disco ball. You know what I'm saying? They got the parasite DJ called Popo. Popo, turn the music up. Sunday, they go to parasite church. They be praying. They stay on their religion. They don't read pieces of their holy book. They live it. Parasites, they stay in harmony with their belief system. However they live, they follow the order. These things are very intelligent and they live in hives. And they got queens and kings. And it's like playing chess. They use you as a host. So you've got to hunt them. So we can't leave the mouth out. So in this program, you get a tooth powder. And the tooth powder polishes your teeth. It helps to kill parasites in your mouth. It's very good. It tastes wonderful. If you've got really porous teeth, then it could turn your teeth brown. So be careful because it's brown when you brush your teeth. It turns your toothbrush brown, but it's amazing. And if you do, it does turn your teeth brown a little bit. Then you brush your teeth with, baking soda afterwards, and usually it brightens them again. So this is called the Total Body Paracleanse Program. So it's for systemic parasites, detoxification at the cellular level. Increased energy, vitality, boosts the immune system, weight reduction, improves digestion, clear thought, peace of mind, enhance your overall wellness. Also, it seals up your aura. It will wake you up to who you originally are. It's a 28-day program because it takes 28 days to break the cycle of parasites. They live in the moon cycle. They live in the moon cycle. Somebody said, well, I put that garlic on them. Garlic don't kill no parasite. Parasites love garlic. We put some garlic on a petri dish in the lab. They ate the garlic. We put some golden seal in there. It didn't kill them. It weakened a couple of them. Little young ones died off. A lot of these things that they say kills parasites, you cannot use one thing because how many different types of parasites are there? Most parasites, they live in hostile environments. They found them inside volcanic ash, inside rocks, even heat and free. They've cut cores of ice out of Antarctica in the North Pole, huge cores of ice where they drilled all the way down hundreds and hundreds of feet, and they take a core of ice out, and guess what's living in there? Parasites. They're everywhere in every environment. So some of these simple things that we use, it helps a little bit maybe. You got to go deep. This program is a step program. It is stepping up over 28 days. So the first day it says you to open up one bottle of the Quantum Paracleanse and take one dropper full, not two, not three, because you don't want to alert the parasites because they're very intelligent that you're coming. So you take one dropper full. The second day you take two dropperfuls. The third day, you take 3 dropperfuls, and you keep continuing to step it up until you get to day 6. Now you've reached a place called critical mass. The parasites can't run. And you continue on 6 dropperfuls until the first bottle of Quantum Paracleanse is gone. Then you open the second bottle and continue on 6. And it should last you 28 days if you're doing it correctly. Everything else, you take 3 dropperfuls a day. And you take a tablespoon of the liver powder. And keep in mind, the liver powder is only going to last you maybe 2 weeks. But why, Dr. B? I ran out. Because the liver is a different type of organ. You don't want to be cleansing the liver too much. It lives in cycles. That liver, it has a cycle. And we found that detoxifying the liver for 2 weeks gives it time to repair itself. So we're pulsing. This is how you pulse. There's a rhythm. There's a time clock to all life. Oh, this gets deep. So this is the Total Body Paracleanse program. You can get it at elevationtime.com. Right now, if you use the discount code, what is it called? Spring Up, you get 15% off of everything. Off of everything over $99. And if you become a member, of Elevation, guess what? You get 10% off of everything all the time. 10% off, and you get free classes for 50% off, all kinds of deals in the membership. And we're having a special membership meeting next week, y'all. And you don't want to miss this one. I'm going to show you it in a few minutes. We'll get to that. So this one is for the average person who's dealing with systemic parasites. So it's good for detoxifying the body all the way to the root. But for superbugs like Pfiesteria, Toxoplasma, the parasites that cause malaria, and some of these parasites that are created through as bioweapons, you got to go to the elevated cleanse. This one is off the chain. What's the difference, Doc? It has a bottle of vitamin C, a very special type of vitamin C, and it's like 1,000 times stronger than your average vitamin C, but it doesn't cause the side effects that regular vitamin C would cause at high doses. It's from 4 different plants, 4 different fruits: camu berries, baobab, rose hips, and what's the other one? Sumac berries. Very special proportional formula, but it also has the light frequency and all the other things. The crystal elixirs are in all of these. And crystal elixirs are very powerful for energizing herbal products. But the main thing that changes it is the mushroom tonic. There's 12 very special medicinal mushrooms in this bottle. They're the mycelium. Mycelium are very intelligent. In fact, we are basically mycelium. We're basically walking and talking mushrooms. Yes, that's a whole nother subject. Mushrooms are everywhere. Some people call it the God network. It's the internet of the world. Some people have seen me on IG talking about that with Elizabeth Carson, but the mushroom network is huge. But there are special mushrooms that can go in your body. They're special. They're specific mushrooms that can recognize broken DNA. They can repair DNA that's not yours. They go in and through adaptogenic process, they can adapt to your environment, figure out who you are, and chase down things and devour things in your body, destroy things in your body, eradicate things in your body that herbs cannot do. There's some things that herbs cannot do. I know we're herbalists. We think herbs can do everything. They can't. So this sweeps up, this goes and chases down things like toxoplasma. This whole program, some people, I'm going to just get that. No, the whole program. That's why it's elevated. It deals with a lot of those superbugs and things that have been in our families forever. Well, Doc, I did one last year. Well, you know, if you really want to stay on it, you would do an every season change. Right now, I would not play. This is it, y'all. This is, you can look at it and tell it's never felt like this before because there's so much drama, so much distraction, but it's always been here, but it's at the surface now. And it's affecting everybody. And some of these viruses and all this stuff is shedding to everybody. I didn't take no jab. You didn't need to take it. Your neighbor took it. Your friends took it. It ain't just the jab that the problem was. The problem is these super bugs, which are now everywhere. And they've always been everywhere. It's just that, we're making them stronger by the way we eat and live and act. Yes, it weakens your immune system by the way you live, we eat, talk, act, who you're making love with, why you're doing it. Your purpose has a lot to do with your immune system. So this one is for systemic parasite eradication and detoxification at a cellular level. It helps especially deal with toxoplasma and superbugs. So it does what the other program times 10, but deals with superbugs. This one is the number one seller. This one is famous all over the world. We get orders from all over the planet. People are telling us how they changed, their personality changed. And the one thing that this one does is it deals with spiritual parasites, what we call energetic parasites. How many of y'all know about that? Okay. They're saying that toxoplasma in Watico, look up Watico, is a type of parasite that it lives in the spirit realm, and it has brought down almost every society. Watico. Now that's an energetic parasite that is known all over the world, but the physical part of it is called toxoplasma. I put this together. Nobody saw this before. So some people say, well, I didn't find that on the internet. You won't. Some of the things that I'm talking about, you won't hear about. The artificial intelligence is probably listening now, so it's going to know. Watico. There's Watico. There's Wetico. There's many names for it. It's a deep thing. And there's a guy who wrote an article about it, on it. And, he's still, it's challenging. They end up at the end, they tell you to beat Watico, you got to be a good Christian. So be careful. And, I don't know. I'm not saying don't be a good Christian. I'm saying that I don't know if that's going to help this particular thing, because it took down the Christian societies. It made them become crazy. It made them go out and decide to conquer the world. It made the Christians go out and do what? Have witch hunts, go kill people and destroy people that don't look like them and act like them, and take their gold, take their money, take their essence, take their art. So don't tell me that that's the way. I'm not telling you not to do that. I'm saying that you got to watch the people that created some of the roots of some of these belief systems, all of them. And you got to start creating your own, what works for you. I know I went in a little deep. Okay. So these two programs are going to be, right now, if you're a member, you get 10% off. If you use the coupon code, where is it? Spring Up, you get 15% off of everything in your cart, $99 or more. And also check it out. If you use the PayPal Pay Later, you can finance this. You can finance everything on the website. Use PayPal Pay Later. Some people don't like PayPal, but they're one of the only ones that let you pay later in installments. So the code is Spring Up, y'all. All right. Let's move on. We're a little overtime now. I was supposed to be done by now, but I kind of always end up going overtime. Heaven on Earth. This amazing product has been traditional. This is not in the cleanse, y'all. This is separate. These are add-ons. This amazing product has been traditionally used for anxiety, stress, mood enhancement, nervous system balancing, muscle spasms, pain, relaxation, heart and thyroid tonic, relaxation. Did we have that twice in there? Yeah, I need to fix that. And the great medicine for focus, for meditation and focus. This product is energizing and typically does not cause drowsiness. Heaven on Earth, people drink this by shot glasses, y'all. It's right here. Why? Because your nervous system has been attacked by all this stuff we've been dealing with here on this planet. Whew, it calms you down, but you don't get lazy. You don't get sleepy. You're energized. And almost everybody's sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system is out of order right now, especially with all the stuff going on right now. It affects your nervous system. The radiation, the chemicals, the toxins, the poisons, the attitudes, the people, the news, the mass distraction, the telephone, the blue lights, all of this stuff. Polyester clothing, anger, fear, misdirected, blame, and becoming a victim. All of that is part of your nervous system. Part of your nervous system breaks down because it can't deal with so much of an influx. It can't deal with so many frequencies. Iron essential. Guess why it's iron essential? Because that's the one mineral that there's very little of in your soil. So most of your plants in northern hemisphere don't have iron. And if you don't have enough iron, you don't have enough courage. You're not going to have enough oxygen moving through your body, because iron helps your blood carry nutrients. You need iron. We're iron deficient. That's why we go along with everything and we get so weak and we believe in everything. We just followers. Because if you had iron, you'd have courage all of a sudden. You stand up and say, wait a minute now, something ain't right. You be ready to speak truth to power without anger. No, thank you. You want to learn how to say no, thank you? Get you some iron. No, thank you. I don't need any of that. Come on, Jim, just have one drink. No, thank you. One drink could change your whole life. One spoonful of some of this stuff they're giving you will help their poison go down. So you got to learn how to be strong. So this has trace minerals. Magnesium is one of the master minerals. We get very little of that in our system. Anemia, energy, whole body wellness. It's a blood tonic. Poor, tired blood. Have you heard about poor, tired blood? There used to be a commercial where they had a product which had some of the same ingredients in it. Back in the 70s and 80s, I think it was. They said it was for poor, tired blood. This helps, if you you got poor, tired blood because you're tired, you're burned out, and you're upset easily because you need more iron. Then you learn how to not give a dang. You learn how to say, well, let them. They don't like you. Let them not like me. Let me do what I got to do. That means mind your business and business your mind. Iron will help you mind your business and business your mind. You put this with the cleanse, and all of a sudden you've taken the cleanse to a whole nother level. Platinum Life Elixir, the Gregory Reserve. This one right here, let me tell y'all, this may be one of the greatest things that came through the one they call Dr. B. It has what we call shilajit, humic acid, fulvic acid, oxyfulvic acid, oxyhumic acid. It has a plant called 5-leaf, which is the original ageless or grow young plant, which was the original green tea. The green tea we have now is totally different, which is this is called gynostemma. Go check out gynostemma. But this plant, this product, it decalcifies your pineal gland and brings it up to peak performance. You can see things that you never saw before. You can hear better than you ever heard before. It increases your life expectancy, because what do you expect out of life? See, they keep telling you what the life expectancy is. That means they're telling you what to expect out of life. Ain't that a program right there? That's some social conditioning. How you going to tell me what to expect? What you need is an expectorant. Cough up some of this stuff. Spit it out. Some of these beliefs, some of these memes. This definitely helps to seal up your auric field. It's for anti-aging. It's energizing, especially core energy. Telomeres break off when you're receiving too many frequencies that are erratic. Telomeres are the ends of your genes. They're little strings. They're little antennas. These antennas are sensing the environment to see what's going on. If there's too much stress, too much cheating, too much game, too much drama, too much toxic food, too much red dyes, poison foods, and chemicals, then these telomeres break off. When your telomeres break off, you begin to age. The body no longer repairs itself. When you begin to exercise more, when you start doing things, be more creative, start eating whole foods, being around good people, having good joy, the telomeres begin to grow. And they help you live longer, but not just live longer so you're sitting at 99 years old and can't take care of yourself. But there's people that's that old that are doing things, living their life. So this is called the Gregory Reserve because Dick Gregory, when I gave him some, he loved it. And he said, Dr. B, I want you to make me a version, put some things in it for me. And I said, what do you want me to put in there? He says, well, there's 2 plants growing in your yard. I want you to put them in there. I couldn't understand how Dick Gregory knew what was in my yard. He'd never been there. I started looking around my yard, and guess what? There were 2 plants that have to do with ageless wisdom growing in my yard. So we put them in there. But then we started looking at blue lotus. Some of y'all know about blue lotus. Grows on the Nile. It's a water lily. It's an amazing plant. In nighttime, the plant goes under the water into the mud. As soon as the sun hits the river, I mean the stream or the water lily comes up and opens up, and it has the most beautiful smell. It balances your mind, and it helps with imagination and intuition. It helps you become superhuman. Things don't mess with you as much. You don't care about what they're doing. Blue lotus just look up blue lotus. It's illegal in a couple states, so you got to be careful. Don't tell everybody you on it. Just keep your mouth shut. There's only a little bit in here. This is not a blue lotus, but this is not a blue lotus product. It just has some blue lotus in it, which sends a spark of blue light and far infrared light through the whole thing. Look up far infrared light. Those are things that put out this special frequency of red. So it's dark purple, red, blue. These frequencies actually heal the cells and tell the cells to repair themselves. That's in this product. It's very good for detoxing from heavy metals. So they tell you, cilantro, take cilantro to get rid of heavy metals. First of all, you're going to need to eat a dump truck load full of cilantro to get rid of the heavy metals we got right about now. Back in the day, okay. Back in the 60s, okay, a little cilantro every once in a while could help you because there wasn't so many heavy metals. But because of all the industry and all the stuff that's in the air, we have more heavy metals in our bodies and in our environments than we ever had. And they're hard to get out of the cells. But in this product is something called humic acid. Humic acid are these dark clusters of minerals that come from the soil, and they're like resins. And they envelope the heavy metals and begin to move them out of the body because the heavy metals are jagged. So the body can't push them out because they're jagged. They got hooks and shards on them. This begins to soften those and put them in these beautiful they're like little clumps, like raindrops. They're like drops of oil, drops of resin. And it makes them smooth. It smooths the edges of these metals so your body can detox. It works very, very well. It also is good for environmental protection. It also has gold. You've been hearing a lot about monatomic gold. But let me tell you, gold works best with platinum, palladium, and iridium. Because iridium is your time clock. Iridium lets you know how to know when and when to know how. Why do you think they got big issues down in Haiti? Because Haiti has one of the biggest iridium mines on the planet. Did you know this? And your computer time clock and your watch, all these electronics need these clocks, computer clocks, to make them work, to make them sync up. So the components all work together. They use iridium. This is some powerful stuff. If there was iridium in your garden, you would know how to know when and when to know how. You know what to say, when to go, when to not to go, when to leave, when to shut up, when to talk. We talk too much about nothing. We think too much about nothing because our clocks are off. Also, we need more magnetite. The magnetite also gives you your direction in life. That's how birds and all these animals know how to, to migrate and where they go and would come back to the same place every year. It's because of magnetite. Magnetite and iridium are supposed to be in your body so that you know the direction that you're going, you know how to get home and where home really is, and your timing is impeccable. Yes, this is a bad product here. I mean, good. Platinum Life Elixir. It has the gold, it has the iridium, it has the palladium and platinum, which are actually environmental protections that creates and it seals up your auric field. So it's good for environmental protection. So after Dick Gregory left the planet, we dedicated this product to him. So it's called the Platinum Life Elixir Gregory Reserve. Originally, this version was only for him because he had us put these special ingredients in it. just for him. And then once he left the planet, we said, he said, over my dead body, you can put my name on it. So he's gone. So we put it out as the Gregory Reserve, and it's now one of our premier products. It is our second best-selling product ever. Some folks say, well, I got a small bottle, but man, I should have got the big bottle because I love this stuff. It makes you feel like a God person. It makes you remember. Focus. This is for better memory, increased attention, discipline, confidence. You feel limitless and unstoppable with this one. This is a brain enhancer and a memory tonic. X Factor. This is an antiviral remedy. For those of you who are worried about the viruses, you take X Factor and add it to your elevated total body program. And we have messages or reports coming in now saying that it is breaking down the spike proteins. Now, I can't tell you that for sure because I don't have the spike protein. But people who have had long, whatever they call it, long C or whatever, found that when they took X Factor along with the elevated program for 3 months, all their symptoms began to leave. Because check out a lot of the symptoms. They're blood related. The blood vessels are falling apart, heart disease, reproductive organs falling apart. That's what they call long. I can't say it because we'll be in big trouble. X Factor looks for things that ain't right on a viral level. Also, people who are dealing with certain levels of cancer. We do create a cancer protocol depending on the type of cancer and the degree and the stage. We do create programs for that. Those are private programs we can create for you. In fact, some of you who are going through certain issues, we can create a custom program just for you. But you're going to have to make an appointment with us. Go to elevationtime.com. And there you can find how to contact us. You can send us an email. I am doing some consultations now and group consultations too. If you'd like me to come to where you are, then we can work out a deal and I can talk to the whole group. We can also do this over the internet and do a group session where we can talk about specific things. I have to be careful on a public forum like this talking about specific things because, we still got people out there and beings out there who are the opposition who will come after us. And I'm attempting to be very careful and just tell you some of the attributes of what we have here, but I can't get into specifics until we talk personally. Sirius Defense. This is very good for spring allergies. In it, it's made, most of the things in here create what's called quercetin. Quercetin is one of the best things for allergies there is. Quercetin. Basically, this is quercetin. I just don't call it that. But it's good for colds and flus, allergies. You see, mild viruses, mild bacteria. But if you're going to have heavy stuff, you got to go with X Factor. And some people put X Factor and this together too, because we're dealing with a lot right now. Okay. The Master Mushroom Tonic, I talked about that earlier. You can buy it by itself. It is in the Elevated Total Body Program. And let me go to this really quickly. We're doing a very special event on March 20th on the equinox. It is a members only event. The members can stream this event wherever they are in the world. If you're not a member, you can come to the event too, but there is going to be a cost. But you get it free by becoming a member. And I think they said the cost was $55. This is going to be a very powerful event. It's not going to be lecturing and talking. It's going to be music. I'm going to do a Sirius Vibes sonic immersion experience live. You get to experience the frequency. It's like a super sound bath. It's a quantum sound bath for everyone, for the world. This is here at this particular time is coming about to everyone to tune up their bodies, tune up, spring up. And there's many events going on all over the world on that day and at that time and that weekend. So we're inviting you as a member, if you join as a member, to come to this event. It will be streamed. It's not a live, it's not going to be at a location. Well, it will be, but, we're not having, guests can't come, but you can come online. Members only for free. If you're not a member, you'd like to come to this event, then there is an investment. Go to elevationtime.com, and you'll sing the Spring Equinox Sirius Vibes event. It's going to be amazing. I'll be playing live instruments and playing frequencies and sounds and instruments that actually help to evolve, and turn off some of these frequencies that you're letting go of. It's like a sonic detox. And it turns up the beautiful frequencies of life along with the sun. So we're using the sun to spring us forward. I'd like all of you to be there. Tell your friends. This will be amazing. We've never done one of these events like this, but we've been asked to do one. So we're going to do that next Thursday. Members will be there free. If you're not a member, you can join, or you can also, just pay to be at that event. Some people, though, they're not interested in being members right now, and that's okay. Okay. So that's next Thursday. It will be live streamed. Go to elevationtime.com. So memberships. Now, our membership plan, you get 10% off of everything. Now, it used to be called, this is an old slide. It used to be called the silver membership plan, but now it's the gold, because there's going to be new plans we're coming up with. But with this membership plan, you get 10% off of all products at Elevation Time for as long as you remain a member. Exclusive access to videos, healthy recipes, members-only meetings, webcasts, workshops, wellness tools, and information that is not on the regular website. It's not being offered to the average person. We're saying if you're ready to choose yourself and opt in, then come on and join with us and become a member. Now, remember, it's not called the silver membership. I didn't change the slide. I should have changed it. It is now all the people who were silver members are now graduated automatically and grandfathered in to the new plan. It is now the gold membership plan. Okay. Saturday. (11 a.m.) I want you all there in this class. Turn it out, y'all. What is the class? Spice it up. We're teaching you about the medicines in your kitchen. Some of them we even give a recipe usually at the end of how you can use these things to make superpower medicine. It's already in your cabinet. Most of these things you already have. Imagine your medicine cabinet is now your spice cabinet. They're the same. It always was. This will be class 3. There's 2 other classes that are on at Elevation right now that you can go and get those other classes so you can get up to speed. We give you so much information. And you can sign up, and you don't have to watch it when you sign up or when we have it. You can stream it later when you like. Get the whole family around the computer so they can learn too about the medicines in your kitchen and some of the history about them. How much power you have. We even talk about the spiritual qualities and the metaphysical qualities of everyday herbs and spices, like certain types of salt and cayenne and, coriander, bay leaf. What are these things? These are superpower medicines that you can use. You can use them for baths, spiritual cleansing, detoxification. You don't have to be there live, y'all. But sign up so you can get your seat, because there's only going to be a certain amount of seats. This is a limited class. Okay? So I see Philly Cat says she's going to miss it. Philly Cat's at a lot of the events. Thank you, Philly Cat. You've been down with us for a long time, but you're not going to miss it. You just might not be there live. But who knows what time it was when you watched it? It was live when you watched it. So there are 3. This is going to be the 3rd one this Saturday. Go to elevationtime.com. You'll see the Spice It Up Medicine in Your Kitchens class. Sign up. Invest in yourself. because this information is not going to live online, because we're going to take all these down after a while. All these will be gone and they'll become a part of a huge course. These are sections of a huge herbalism course that we're teaching, that we're putting together, we're building. So what you're getting is previews. These classes are previews to a bigger course. Herbalism starts in your kitchen, what you're putting on your foods, why you're putting it on your food. Why are they putting cloves on certain foods? What does nutmeg do? How does it work on a spiritual level? How was it used traditionally? Because there's going to come a time when you're not going to be able to run to the store. You may not be able to look during what was it? What they call the shutdown. There was days we couldn't get online. Then there was a time when we couldn't handle the orders. We couldn't handle the orders because so many people were ordering at elevation time during the shutdown. It was crazy. People finally started taking the herbs. They took it serious. People changed their lives. They changed their careers. They were living at home. They were making formulas at home, and they needed this information. You can have this information. Why not learn how to take care of yourself? Don't wait for the plandemic and the mandemic, and they got all kind of candemics. They're going to keep coming. They've always been coming. This is not new. Don't think the world is getting worse. And don't think the world's coming to an end. It's just beginning. But birth and new birth is a deep thing. We're going through a very deep change. This is the Renaissance. It's not easy going from one age to another age. This is the Renaissance. This is the beginning of something new, but it's going to be a rough time for everyone. For everyone, it's going to be changes. It's going to be challenges to get to the new age. It just don't happen, and all of a sudden the deer come out, Bambi's out, and flowers, and we're all singing, and everybody's got flutes on their lawns, and no. You better be ready. And when you are ready, you don't have to get ready and prepare, because it's not going to be televised. The revolution is happening now. Learn about what's in your cabinet, what you already have. You could take 3 of almost anything in your cabinet if it's right, if it's in the right packaging. We talk about that too. How to go in the store and pick your herbs and seasonings as medicine, and how to use them, and how to make something that's powerful that you and your family can use. One of the number one desires people have is to keep their family and their family and themselves healthy. Spice It Up is a class that teaches you how to spice up your life. It's basically the beginning of a bigger herbalism course coming soon. I'll see you on Saturday. Get your ticket now. Don't wait on this. Because like I say, this is only going to be up for a while, and then we're going to snatch it down, because these are pieces of a larger course. We're just letting you in on it, those of you who are here now. Remember, you are the gold mine. The gold mine. The gold mine. What is the treasure map to get to your golden mine? The diseases and things that we're going through are part of the challenge. What we're seeing out there is a part of the challenge to become great. A lot of times you got to go through hell to create heaven on earth. You're not looking for gold. You got to become the gold. Did you know that your pineal gland makes gold, something called pinealine? I did a class about the truth about Christmas, and also God Power 1. In God Power 1, which is still online, you haven't missed it, the largest wellness conscious event ever done online, Billy Carson and I, it made history. There was 10,000 people, actually more than that now, because a lot of people are still checking it out, but God Power. But I talk in there about the real Christmas. And what you're going to find out is that it connects to spring. It connects to the spring equinox. We're not going to give it to you now. You got to go take those courses. But the spring equinox is the beginning of something huge. And there's a sequence that starts on the spring equinox. It's a sequence, a cosmic sequence that changes all the frequencies of the planet. You, your cells, your auric field, your hair, your nails, your skin, and every part of you right down to the mitochondria. I would be in that class on Saturday. I'd be at this event next week. And there's another event we're working on that will be live in Atlanta. This will be a different type of event. We're looking for the right space to do it. It will be coming up soon. So make sure that you are on our email list at elevationtime.com. Elevationtime.com. Join the newsletter, because there's things that we only send out in newsletters. Some things we're not going to be able to go out to social media and tell the world, because everybody's not ready for this. You got agents of the matrix everywhere. Sometimes we are agents of the matrix and don't even realize it, based on how we've been living and acting. You see, somebody says, can you talk about how to remove chickenpox immunization, which causes shingles, herpes, and other things? Yes, I'll talk about it, but not on the air. I'll give you a hint. Start by doing the elevated total body program along with X Factor for 3 months. Anything that is viral, X Factor, the elevated total body program. Oh, also iron essential for 3 months. Some people needed to go 4. You don't have any gaps, but there's a deeper part of it that we've got to do a consultation and talk about, because it's just not a physical thing. It's a mental thing. And almost everybody has this chickenpox or these groups of viruses that originally came from animals. Mumps. Where did mumps come from? An animal. Which animal? And we're eating them. Well, we ate them. We were forced to eat them. So we've taken on these things. So we're going to go deep into that, a little longer. When you're having an event in Florida, put it together. If you'd like me to come to your town, your event, put it together. Put it together. It's got to be right, though, because I know don't go everywhere for everything. You see? But if you're ready, there's an event coming up soon. I think it's going to be on the solstice, the summer solstice. It looks like I'm going to be in Houston, Texas at a huge event. So it's coming to a city near you. Set it up. Put a group of people together. Let's talk about it. Let's negotiate it. I'm ready. If you would like consultations, I am now doing some consultations. You can call the number, and if you call, be patient. Leave a text too, because there's hundreds of people ringing that phone. We can't answer it all of them. It takes weeks. Some people just want to talk and just hear Dr. B's voice. You see? And that's okay too. But, invest. Consultations are good. We can do some online so we can be face-to-face. I will do some in-person consultations depending on how we set it up, but I'd rather do phone and internet consultations. So if you're dealing with some of these major illnesses, heart disease, diabetes, kidney disease, then let's do a consultation. But I don't care what your disease is, mental, physical, spiritual, or other. I would start by doing something like the elevated total body program, or at least the total body program, to detoxify the body, because you may find out after you do that for 3 months, 3 times in a row, that the issue goes away, because the parasites are the root of every disease. Have you been seeing some of the posts where the scientists are talking about this? How they forbade the doctors because of the Flexner report to tell people, that started with the Flexner report. Not to tell people about parasites, that parasites were the root of almost every disease. Almost everything is based on parasites. Even certain viruses are like parasites, bacteria, parasites. And they cause inflammation and cause your body to break down. And almost everybody on the planet has it. There's a few people that might not have some parasites. I don't know. But most people have parasites. Most people have viruses and bacteria, and they may not pop up now, but they will cause a challenge in your life. That's why so many people are getting what you call sick. You see, a lot of us have psychological illnesses that starts in the mind. Okay. Cysts. Somebody's asking about cysts. Cysts are bundles of parasites all living in a organ or in an area. Your body is attempting to hold it back and protect it. So it creates a cyst or a tumor. Okay. Let's keep going. Somebody wants me to come to H-Town. Let's do it. Yeah, I'm doing that. That's H-Town is Houston. Yes. I'll be there soon. It's an event called the Quantum Fest. They're putting it together right now. The Quantum Fest. Okay. Let's see. Florida in the building. Hey, hey, hey. So chicken pox, immunizations is a mandatory to go to school. It may not be in a minute. Sound like they about to disband most of the FDA. Most of these things may not be mandatory, but I'm gonna tell you what's gonna be mandatory for people that I know, my people. Cleanse. You want to hang out? Have you done the cleanse? You want to go out and do something? Have you done the cleanse? That's my question. Have you done the cleanse? Hey, Doc, we're in town. Let's hook up. Have y'all done the cleanse? I need to have cleanse certificates. Show me your cleanse certificate. I cannot hang out. I will not hang out with people who are carrying these toxins, these things that are controlling their minds. I don't know how people are going to act because people have snapped. Have y'all noticed? People have snapped. Even what we call conscious, that don't mean nothing. I'm a metaphysician. That don't mean anything. That's just a label. It doesn't mean who you are at the core and what your real goal is. Because if you're controlled and you're agent of the matrix because of the toxins, some of these parasites have created the matrix. Some of them are super intelligent beings. They're aliens. You're talking about the aliens landing in a ship. Them just might be the United States government or some other government. Or some of these things don't need a spaceship. They travel on light waves and frequencies. They're in music. Did you know most of your music is parasitic? That's why I created medicine music. And I want to thank y'all because we're at 111,000 views on our recent video, Sonic Immersion 2. It's at 111,000. Wow. 111. What does that mean? And by the way, I'm a 1. People want to know, what's your life path? 1. You know what that means? I'm the 1, but you are too. We all are the 1 when we choose. When we choose love, when we choose health, we choose harmony, we win. Let's get in the winner's circle. Choose that class on Saturday. Stop your excuses. Don't be talking to your saboteur self and your friends and your family and looking in your wallet, talking about what you don't have. Create what you need. Create what you desire. That's why we end up at these expensive concerts and buying expensive clothes that are made out of plastic. One lady was telling me what she couldn't buy. She had on $1,000 worth of junk. Her hairdo and her shoes and her eyelashes and her nails. And her man had a car outside, a $200,000 car. And guess what? There was times they was living in it. Huh? Well, the car, you need the flash. See, you need flash, right? What about your body? What about your core? That is the symptoms of a parasite. It's a symptom of a mindset because that would be normally something that would gross you out. There would be a sense of disgust that says, why would I spend all this money on these things that are actually just for image? This is what illness looks like. I've got it too. I'm not blaming other people. I'm not talking about other people and throwing shade. I'm saying we all have a bit of this. We all do. Doc B too. So on the solstice and the equinox, these are the times to cleanse. This is the time to get your program now. And when you order your program now, you'll have it just after spring begins. So you can go through spring detoxifying, so you can spring forward your life and get rid of some of these toxins. And some of the illnesses and diseases and habits and thoughts that you have will begin to leave. Some of those family ghosts and those creatures that have been living in you, on you, and around you will leave. Because you're not just using herbs for the colon. We're addressing all the body systems at one time, in tandem, in parallel, together in series. It creates an electromagnetic grid and you become the sun. Your solar plexus begins to glow. Your entire body changes. I have a lot of people who are herbalists and doctors and nurses who do the program. And they're herbalists themselves, but they don't have what I have. And I take their stuff too. We need it all. Diversity is wonderful. I support everybody who's out there trying to do something or attempting to do something or creating something that's helping us become the gold mine. Let's get back to we, y'all. We. Never mind me. That's dead. That's the old world. That's from the Iron Age. We're moving into what? The Golden Age, the Aquarius Age. We. So thank you very much for inviting me into your space. Elevation. Thank everybody at Elevation. Give them a round of applause for putting these things together. Sometimes they put this stuff together at the last minute and they go crazy. Dr. B, why are you doing it at the last minute? It's because stuff comes to me at the last minute. I don't know. I'm a musician. It just came to me. Can we do it? And I put them through a lot of stress putting these things together. And I just want to thank everybody at Elevation for tolerating this wild guy named Dr. B. But I guess that's what comes along with being, me. That's what comes along with the territory. I'm not perfect. And I'd like to apologize to anyone who I may have offended consciously or unconsciously. And thank you. Thank you. And I apologize if I've done something that has offended you. I didn't do it on purpose. And I am a little out there. And I'm going further out. But I'm taking everything into consideration in the times of change. So this new cleanse that we have is totally new. Even if you've done it before, you've never done this one. Because we have something in it that helps to eradicate snake venom. Never had this in any of the cleanses before. And almost everybody has a bit of this because of what has happened. But it's easy to eradicate when you know the frequency of the venom, of the poison, of the parasites, of the reptilians. Let's move out of that reptilian vibration. And let's be like the dragonfly. We're going to talk a lot about the 55th gene key soon and what that means and what the dragonfly represents. And we're in the dragonfly time. So I'll see you all on Saturday. Get your ticket now for Saturday. Spice it up. Show out. Be there because we're going to talk about some powerful things that can help you. And I'll see you next Thursday evening for our live event. It'll be like a sound bath on steroids. I'll see you all then. Make sure you're on the email list. And those of you who would like to become members, join now. Those of you who would like to be on the newsletter, make sure you're on the newsletter so you can hear about these events. I love all of you. Love yourselves as much as I love you. You've been an amazing audience. Let's start at the root. To eradicate disease, we got to start at the root. Start at the root. Let's cleanse up our environment. Let's do some spring cleansing mentally, physically, spiritually, and let's clean up our homes, clean up our acts, clean up our minds. It's no time to throw shade. It's no time for division. It's time to come together. Thank you for supporting Elevation and supporting other people. Be supportive. If you've got nothing good to say, then shut up. I love you all. Travel light. I'm going to go out with a little bit of music. Allow yourself to be your best self and rise. And also, we got wonderful music at elevationtime.com. You can tap into a lot of this medicine music, which helps to change your frequency. I'll see you again soon. Signing off right now. I'm going to leave you with the song I Allow, which is part of our new project, the Allow Project, coming soon. We are mixing it in the studio. Soon I'll be taking you in the studio as I mix so you can see how this goes on. Thank you very much. I love you all. Travel light.
I allow myself to be my best self, to be creative, and to let go. I allow myself to live an elevated life, to stay focused and clear, always moving towards a goal. I allow myself to let go and to learn to live and to grow. I allow myself time and space. I allow. I allow myself to feel, to express myself, and to use the talents that I possess. allow myself to make love out of the things that are not love. I allow myself to be creative, live in the moment. I allow. I allow. I allow. I allow.
I'm going to come back on just for a second. There's a lot of
I
questions
allow myself to be
on how to buy the tickets for the Saturday event and for the next Thursday event. You must go to elevationtime.com, and you'll see on the home page there are some buttons that you hit right there, and you can buy tickets to the event on Saturday, the Spice It Up class, at elevationtime.com. And you can also buy tickets or join the event that's going to be next Thursday at elevationtime.com too. And get on our email list, because our email list is going to be sending you information about these events and these things that are coming up. And one other thing, a lot of people are asking, if I do the cleanse, do I have to fast? No, don't fast. It's best not to fast because, the parasites need to eat. So we're going to feed them, but only certain things. But you get all that with a booklet that comes with your cleanse. When you order from Elevation Time, you'll get all the instructions you need. elevationtime.com. I allow.
through creativity. I allow myself to plant new seeds in the garden of life. I let go.
This and other music like it is available at elevationtime.com. These songs will be out in the next couple weeks. These ones I've played today. Earlier, I played AEIOU. This one is I Allow. And these songs that have a lot of guest artists on them will be available soon. So get on the email list, because we're going to do a whole musical, release, probably a live release party. Hey, that sounds good, huh? A live release party. So allow yourself to join yourself. Allow yourself to feel your best. Allow yourself to cleanse and detoxify. Allow yourself to jump into spring and spring into this new season. Allow yourself to be your better self, your best self. Allow yourself to change and go through the alchemy of life. I allow. I allow. I allow. I allow. That's it for tonight. elevationtime.com. That's where everything is at. I'll see you again soon, and I'll see all of you and more on Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Much love.